financial in nature for access to things such as devices that are required, a data that is required to be bought so as people can be able to access this internet. There is those type of challenges that we have, and we also have just in general from a perspective of policy to support those that are most probably finding themselves in that less fortunate situation, that they are able to be supported for them not to be left behind. And it is at the very core and heart of AfICTA that we get all stakeholders, multiple stakeholders from all walks of life to ensure that we play that role of being an advocacy group, so as to influence how these policies are being put in place, so as to not to leave those who do not necessarily have the big voices. And it's usually in Africa itself that we have the challenge, that we are actually a part and parcel of decision-making moving forward. And we make sure that the digital dream and the promise that digital is bringing is not only for the select few, and it is en masse to the majority in Africa. With those words, we've got a very fully packed agenda this morning, and it has got panelists and experts from industry, from communities, from all walks of life. You would see the wealth of expertise that we've got in terms of our lineup to give us the insights and share with us when it comes to the opportunities, prospects that we actually can access given the environment we are finding ourselves in. And equally so, we will be presented with the challenges. What challenges have been experienced? Which experience, which type of solutions have been administered to deal with such challenges? These are the type of experiences that we are going to see as we move through the sessions. And I ought to also highlight that our first part of today's session will consist of keynote speeches from our sponsors. And somewhere when we get to about an hour's time from now, we will then have a virtual exhibition, which will be followed. We have put in together this session linked to the Internet Governance Forum. We've got a workshop that is happening at 10:15 UTC. And at that time, we will actually ask that we link up with this particular conference so that we also contribute to that, because this is one of the cornerstone of why we exist, to ensure that the voices for our member countries, member companies, member institutions are heard and they are progressed into such a big organizations such as the IGF, and for us to actually get our point across as well with regards to policy that has been put in place. Our summit will take, ladies and gentlemen, 2 days. So it will happen between today and tomorrow. And we highly appreciate the time that you have set aside to be with us. And I hope that you will participate and get meaningful outcomes from our sessions as we move along with the business of the day. So we will have the sessions happening within these 2 days, and we will have a report published thereafter when we are done with the summit. The summit is both on social media platforms, which is YouTube. You can also link through YouTube. We will actually ensure that we make this recording available on demand, for those who might want to go back to the summit, and also for those who might not have been in a position to attend live. So we would like to be as inclusive as possible and ensure that at the end of the day, we get representation from as broad a community as possible. That is our view. We have to make sure that everyone actually is taken with in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we do appreciate our sponsors and as they have made sure that and made possible that the summit happens. ICANN BC, just to name a few of our sponsors. We appreciate it. We appreciate Nigeria Internet Registration Association, Nigeria Communications Commission, National Information Technology Development Agency. Those are our biggest sponsors. However, we've got other sponsors and partners. So you will see with the flyers as we go ahead with this conference. I will name them as we go through the conference. For now, without any further ado, I would like us to continue into the main conference and welcome our sponsored keynote speaker, Mason Cole. I don't know if Mason Cole is already connected. He's from ICANN BC. He's a chair, and his role is an internet governance advisor at AfICTA. Mason Cole, are you available? You can come through.
I am. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you all right.
Good.
You can go through.
Good. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for having me back to the summit. I was privileged to present last year at the summit and learned a great deal, and hope that my remarks were helpful to the considerations of the summit. And I look forward to a presentation again today. One question: are you able to display my presentation, or do I need to share my screen? Ah, there it is. Very good. Thank you so much. Well, again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mason Cole. I am chair of the ICANN Business Constituency. The ICANN Business Constituency is the voice of business users of the internet as the internet in terms of their engagement in the domain name system and internet governance trends. So I have a brief presentation I'd like to share this morning, and I'd be happy to answer questions afterward or otherwise engage in dialogue. So let me dive in and with my thanks again for the opportunity to present to you today. So today's presentation from me is going to focus on the following: the need for business to remain engaged in governance activity, Then we will talk about a review of 2021 governance trends. We'll look forward to 2022 activity. We'll talk a bit about where the business constituency, or the BC, is active. We'll talk a bit about domain name system abuse and that persistent problem that the BC is working very hard to address. And then we'll talk a bit about how you can contribute to what the BC is doing. Next slide, please. So businesses and internet governance. What we know is businesses worldwide are the heaviest users of internet technologies in the domain name system. And that can range anywhere from the end user of the internet to business providers who provision their goods and services across the internet. And ICANN participation is important because decisions by ICANN, governments, regulators, and others disproportionately impact business users. And this can be seen in developments like the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, the Digital Services Act that is being enacted right now in the European Union, the mitigation of domain name system abuse, and many other areas that are important to businesses on the internet. And it's important that businesses participate in ICANN and in governance discussions in order to keep their seat at the table in governance discussions. This is very important as internet governance is participation in internet governance, and the concept of internet governance is spreading and increasing over time, and businesses are have a deserved place at the table, and they must retain their seat at the table. All right, next slide, please. So trends from 2021 in terms of internet governance. ICANN remains the governance body for the domain name system, or the DNS. And that's overall good news for us because ICANN is a multi-stakeholder body. It encourages participation from all sorts of stakeholders from around the world. And it's an open and welcoming body in terms of participation in governance discussions. However, what we've seen is that there are governments who are starting to stage incursions into DNS management. And again, we see this in GDPR and the result of GDPR on the domain name system, domain name registration database, or the WHOIS database. We see this in the European Union through the Digital Services Act and another directive that is very important coming out of Europe called the NIS2 directive. And those directives are aimed at clearing, well, not clearing, but clarifying what GDPR means for the domain name system in terms of governance. And it's something we pay attention to closely, and I encourage you to as well. Another trend is the fact that productivity timelines within ICANN are slowing down. And this is frustrating stakeholders. ICANN processes now take, for a policy to be developed from an idea into a binding policy, takes about 1.5 to 2 years time. And that frustrates stakeholders who are looking for faster solutions. And in turn, some of those stakeholders may turn to governments for intervention. So not only are governments intervening on their own in DNS management, but others are looking to governments for that intervention as a way to achieve outcomes sooner. There is an attempt at expansion of responsibilities over the DNS at the ITU. I'm encouraged to hear that you're participating in the ITU discussions. That's very important. But the ITU developments bear watching because it's a different model than is the ICANN model, which the ICANN model being open to participation. ITU is more exclusive, and it's a UN-based body, and it may or may not have the same objectives as ICANN. Another trend that we've seen is there's an imbalance of power within ICANN stakeholder groups. And that will a balance of power between ICANN stakeholder groups, I should say. Whereas right now inside of ICANN, policy outcomes are fairly heavily weighted toward those favored by registries and registrars and not necessarily other users of the internet. And this bears watching too, because others who have stakes and outcomes in domain name policy and in ICANN policy deserve consideration for their positions and outcomes that are favorable to their members. So it's important that we continue our participation in order to keep that imbalance of power minimized. All right, next slide, please. Okay, and as we look forward to 2022, what are the trends that we see? ICANN right now is in a long-term prioritization exercise, meaning they're discussing what business they should prioritize and tackle first, and this may disadvantage some business interests. For example, we, the BC, have been very active on the issue of DNS abuse. That has not become a major priority of ICANN, and we're hoping to influence ICANN to raise DNS abuse on its priority list. We've also advocated for strengthening ICANN contracts between registries and ICANN and registrars in ICANN. And we're not sure yet how fruitful that effort is going to be, but it is on our priority list. Also, the BC is very interested in finishing long-term outstanding issues at ICANN, things like holistic reviews, community recommendations from the stability and security, the SSR2 recommendations, and the CCTRT recommendations, all of which have community sourced, carefully considered information and recommendations that will favor those who have stakes in the internet outcomes. But ICANN, again, is very slow. They have not prioritized some of these issues, and they remain undone. Again, we look toward a potential of continued imbalance of power within ICANN, between ICANN stakeholders, which now favor registries and registrars. We also see a renewed push from businesses and governments to address DNS abuse, as I've mentioned. And in the next several months, in fact, over the next about 18 months, we're going to see implementation of the European Union's NIS2 directive by member states. And this is going to be very important in terms of how the WHOIS database is utilized to achieve business outcomes, to enforce against intellectual property infringements, to address cybercrime, to make other important strides in internet policy. Next slide, please. So where is the BC active today? Our main priorities are improving ICANN contracts with respect to DNS abuse mitigation, as I've mentioned, meaningfully reduce the incidence rate of DNS abuse. And by meaningful, I mean as measured by ICANN and as measured by outside experts. DNS abuse, as I'll discuss in a few moments, is an increasing trend, and it's very important that we continue our work to mitigate DNS abuse. And then third is to help ICANN resolve previously undone work that would favor business interests, like the issues that we talked about previously: SSR2, CCTRT, implementation of the expedited policy development process, outcomes as they relate to the WHOIS database. Next slide, please. So more here about DNS abuse and why the problem continues to persist. As we know, unfortunately, DNS abuse occurs year after year. It is periodically magnified by outside events. We saw, for example, an increase in DNS abuse during the beginning of the COVID pandemic. We saw other difficult situations arise in terms of DNS abuse related to natural disasters around the world. Sometimes there is civil unrest in places, and DNS abuse tends to arise around crises like these, where, for example, bad actors will get on the internet, pretend to be someone they're not, seek to raise money illicitly, and take advantage of the DNS structure to defraud others. And this is a rising trend, unfortunately, something that needs to be paid attention to. The common theme is the DNS is leveraged for illicit purposes. Next slide, please. And I'll take a look just here at one area, and that is malware. If you saw back in November, the US-based company Inter Isle Consulting Group published a study on malware distribution where it showed that the number of malware reports collected from threat feeds trended upward from approximately 72,000 in January of this year to 480,000 in June of this year. That's a very significant rise. Information stealers and ransomware account for 40% of the malware that exploits endpoint devices like your laptop or your smartphone. Other types of malware commonly provide the means to install or deliver malware that is used to collect or exact a monetary reward. So this is just one example of the type of abuse that internet users face, and something the BC is working very hard to try to do something about through its work at ICANN. Next slide, please. And if you go back and read some of the input that the Security and Stability Advisory Committee at ICANN has said about DNS abuse, this is an important concept. Unchecked, DNS abuse and resultant cybercrime continues to victimize millions annually and reduces the trust in the internet, including the DNS, as a place to conduct personal, commercial, non-commercial, and business activities. And that erosion of trust impacts all parties who partake in the ecosystem, between end users to the service providers enabling the infrastructure. This is very true. The range of participation on the internet is very wide, and DNS abuse spares no one in terms of its reach. So again, it's very important that we all cooperate and we work within ICANN and with governments to deal with DNS abuse. Next slide, please. Now, you may know that there's a voluntary framework that's been put in place by registries and registrars. You see institutions like the DNS Abuse Institute. You see the DNS Abuse Framework that some registries and registrars have adopted. And I'd like to applaud the registries and registrars who participate in those frameworks for their work, because it has made a measurable impact. However, it's not a universal impact, and more work continues to be done. But if you do have interactions with registries and registrars, I encourage you to ask about their voluntary frameworks, because they should be underlined and encouraged further. Next slide, please. And as I said, voluntary frameworks are helpful, but they're not fully inclusive. There remain this always sort of referred to 8 to 10 bad actor contracted parties that ICANN says it's aware of, but that's where the bad actors tend to hide. And ICANN has said without strengthened contracts or without other tools to deal with DNS abuse, there's not much as an institution they can do. The BC disagrees with that, and one of our objectives is to give ICANN the tools that it needs to address DNS abuse in a universal manner, and not just in a few places where it exists. Next slide, please. So what do we do in terms of steps forward on DNS abuse? Here are some things that we can do. We can clean up the low-hanging fruit, this 8 to 10 bad actors that we talked about, that create the biggest problems in the namespace now with the tools that ICANN does have. ICANN, for example, has the ability to suspend registrar operations for those who violate terms of their contract or otherwise engage in abusive activity. And that could be something that ICANN could take steps forward right now, but they've been reluctant to do so far. We encourage people to argue concurrently or later over a formal definition of DNS abuse, because we're concerned that some in the arena of discussion are encouraged to make a very narrow definition of DNS abuse. We prefer that it be very broad, not very broad. We prefer it be somewhat broad in order to be inclusive in terms of the types of abuse that people really encounter on the internet. We'd like to see ICANN consider incentives for those running clean registries and registrars, meaning financial incentives to encourage further good behavior. We would like ICANN to be proactive with its compliance function and not reactive. It tends to be reactive as an organization, and we'd like to see more proactivity. And we encourage ICANN.org to be more proactive in its outreach to those struggling with DNS abuse. Contracted parties, again, we encourage proactivity and mitigation and prevention of DNS abuse. And then we finally need to equip ICANN with tools it needs to enforce anti-abuse obligations. And that might involve changes to the registrar accreditation agreement or other contracts that contracted parties maintain with ICANN. Next slide, please. So here's how you can contribute. An idea that I would like to propose would be perhaps AfICTA could commission a study of the health of the internet in Africa as a way to highlight unique needs of African internet users and then share findings with the governance community. Unfortunately, our friends in Africa encounter not only DNS abuse, but other harms on the internet, obviously just as often as anyone does in other parts of the world. And it's important that we understand what's happening in Africa so that the universality of the internet, so it's important that we understand what's happening in Africa so that we can help address unique African needs, but also those needs tend to be shared by those worldwide. And what can be done to advance African interests is in the interest of worldwide stakeholders as well. The BC continues to outreach to African businesses interested in contributing to the health of the DNS, and I'm very proud that the BC is doing this. We have a very good relationship with our friends in Africa, and we intend to continue that. And the final thing that you could do is join the ICANN business constituency, and you're free to contact me to learn how to do that. We're a group of about 60 members, and we represent some of the biggest business users of the internet, as well as some of the smaller users of the internet. And it would be a privilege to have you join or otherwise contribute to our work. This is my contact information. You can reach me at mason.cole@aptitext.com. I'd be happy to make this presentation available to members, and I'm happy to take questions or otherwise conduct a discussion. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks for that insightful presentation, Mr. Mason Cole. We highly appreciate it, and I think the takeaway here is the importance of business stakeholders to actually partake. Very important that they partake, given that they are stakeholders in DNS registrations, and so they are the biggest users. So it's very important that they actually partake in the activities of ICANN. There is also a challenge that has been put forth. I think in your last slide, you put in a challenge to all the panelists and everybody that is here to say, perhaps you can commission a study on the health of the internet in Africa. Perhaps we've got certain challenges that go beyond what might be known, but things that are particular to Africa itself. That is what has been put on the table. I don't know if we've got any questions coming off from the floor. Secretariat, can you assist if there is any questions or any commentary that is of note to Mason?
None at this time. I don't know if
not at this time. I would like to take this opportunity, Mason Cole, much appreciated. Thanks for the presentation. It was insightful, and I think we will take up your your challenge in actually putting out across our members, and we can see what could come out of this. I like how you put it. You actually are calling us to action. That is very critical, that we actually respond to the action. Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks a lot. We will go on with the program. According to my program, we are still on time, and we've got our next sponsored keynote speaker is Mr. Mohammed Rutman, the president of Nigeria Internet Registration Association. I hope he's here. Secretary, can you confirm? I haven't seen his name. I tried to look.
Chairman, he's not here yet. I think we can take from Mr. Engineer Salis Ukata.
Okay, so you mean I can go to the next speaker, Engineer Nolune?
Engineer Salis Ukata is the representative of the DG NICTA, that's National Information Technology Development Agency. He's there with us.
Okay, can he take the podium then? I don't see him in my program, but can he take the podium, please?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome, Engineer Salisu Kaka.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Much appreciated for making the time. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Engineer Salisu Kaka. I am the Acting Director, Digital Economic Development Department in the Agency of National Information Technology Development Agency, NICTA. I am here representing the Director General of NICTA, Malam Kashifu Ino Abdullahi CCIE, who at the moment is on transit out of the country on his way back, and asked me to deliver his goodwill message and congratulatory message to AfICTA and to Africa generally. He has loved to be here, but sadly he couldn't make it, but I'm here just to read his speeches. So I go. All protocols duly and respectfully observed. May the peace and mercy of the Almighty be with you. I'm very grateful and delighted to be invited to this important summit, a summit which focuses on the need for accelerating digitalizations for economic revolution in Africa. This summit is very apt and timely, considering the need for Africa to increase its sources of foreign exchange earnings and develop its economy by taking advantage of digital technologies. Digital technologies presents opportunity for Africa to partake at the front seats in the post-industrial revolution. It also presents an opportunity for Africa to diversify and further boost its economy. Therefore, it is imperative for African leaders to engender, promote, accelerate, and sustain development through digitalization of economy by adopting digital technologies. Adoption of digital technologies may help increase the gross domestic product of countries. However, development of these digital technologies may further help a country to diversify its exports, thus increasing its source of foreign exchange earning. Nigeria is regarded as Africa's largest ICT market, with approximately 82% of the continent's telecom subscribers and 29% of its internet users. Sub-Saharan Africa is also projected to be the fastest growing region in the world, with a compound annual growth rate of 4.6%. And an additional subscriber enrollment of over 167 million is expected in the next 5 years. Nigeria is expected to account for over 55% of this. The Nigerian Communication Commission estimates that the country has 192 million subscribers as of October 2021. This is representing 100.6% teledensity. Another African country of interest is, of course, Rwanda, who in 2019 has an ICT contributing to 16.02% of its total exports. This same country, Rwanda, as of 2002, it had petroleum product contributing to 46.52%. This indicates that there's a very good sign that some African countries are already taking advantage of the digital technologies as a source of development and wealth for their countries. Therefore, all other countries in Africa should follow suit by promoting and engaging in digitalization process. Implementing a nationwide digital transformation is not a straightforward venture. It is plagued with intricacies, risks, other encumbrances. Therefore, African leaders must champion digitalizations by first showing commitment and the willingness to engender and support the culture of this digitalization. This can be seen through genuine commitments, continuous public pronouncements, fundings, creations of developmental policies, design roadmaps, strategies, creating awareness and sensitizing the whole society by deploying infrastructure, industry collaborations, and creation of an enabling environment for organizations to contribute to digitalization. Government must have a policy statement that focuses on achieving a digital economy which is supported by a realistic and actionable strategy. The strategy must identify important pillars to support the achievement of its goals and objectives. And each pillar must have initiatives with projects and programs that implement digitalizations at the granular level. The Nigerian Digital Economy Policy and Strategy document, which is issued by Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy of Nigeria, has presented strategic pillars that are necessary or needed for nation's digitalization journey. These pillars include developmental regulations, digital literacy and skills, solid infrastructure, service infrastructure, digital services development and promotions, soft infrastructure, digital society and emerging technologies, and indigenous content development and adoption. These pillars were further broken down into strategies and action plans by various agencies under the ministry. For instance, NIDA, it has developed its own strategic roadmap and action plan towards implementation of this in-depth policy document. There are various initiatives and projects and programs designed to give effect to the staff document of NIDA. And I believe other agencies under the ministry have developed their own strategic roadmaps toward implementation of the in-depth policy document. Accelerating the digitization of the economy of any nation is not the responsibility of government alone. There is a strong need for any serious government to make deliberate efforts to identify relevant entities that can be instrumental to the achievement of national digitalizations and engage them on a continuous basis. These entities should include institutions and countries that have achieved a significant level of digitalization. So this effort put in place by AfICTA is a step in the right direction, and Africa as a continent should be proud of AfICTA. NIDA, the regulator of the IT sector, is always ready and willing to support deliberate actions or initiatives that can accelerate or support the accelerations toward the achievements of meaningful digital economy in Africa as a whole. I therefore challenge all participants in this summit to provide useful and actionable information and strategies that can help Africa accelerate the achievements of an effective digital economy. Finally, I urge AfICTA to remember and be guided with the popular saying that says, what cannot be measured, it cannot be achieved. This underscores the need to put in place a monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to ensure that all efforts and initiatives that are monitored and evaluated for effectiveness. This will also serve as a basis for continual improvements toward the digitalization journey. I thank you for listening. I wish you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Engineer Salisu Kaka, much appreciated. And I think what is noteworthy are your developmental pillars that you say they are underpinned by both strategy and action plans. it will be very much useful also for our members that are outside perhaps Nigeria to also learn from such an approach. This is a very applauded approach to show that there is a movement with regards to accelerating economic activities through digital transformation. It's very critical, and we thank the insights that you gave to us in this session. Thank you, much appreciated. I don't know if there is any questions that are coming from the floor. Secretariat, can you confirm?
No, sir, we can go ahead.
Okay, and otherwise I'm going to move on with our program. I will move on to our next sponsored keynote speaker, engineer Dr. Augustine Nwaulune. The podium is yours, Engineer Nwaulune.
Good morning, everybody on this call. My name is Engineer Austin Nwaulune. I am standing in this morning for Professor Umar Garba Dambata, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Communications Commission, who, for the many other engagements that he has at the same time as this, is not able to make it in person here, but had requested for me to do that on his behalf. So I'm going to do just that. Like I said, my name is Engineer Austin Nwaulune. I am the Director of Digital Economy at the NCC. I hold a doctorate degree in telecoms engineering and a PhD in engineering management. So I will, at this point, read the keynote address of the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Communications Commission in this conference with the theme Accelerated Digitization for Economic Revolution in Africa, Prospects and Challenges. Like I said, good morning to everybody. All the captains of industry are present here today, all directors, all permanent secretaries, all government officials, the panelists this morning, the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure being invited to present this keynote at this auspicious 9th Annual African ICT Alliance Summit, holding virtually this day, December 8, 2021, themed Accelerated Digitization for Economic Revolution in Africa, Prospects and Challenges. Introduction. Digital economy is the worldwide network of economic activities, commercial transactions, and professional interactions enabled by information and communications technology. It can be succinctly summed as the economy based on digital technologies. It also refers to the economic activities that result from billions of everyday life using emerging technology connections among people, businesses, devices, data, and processes. The backbone of digital economy is hyperconnectivity, which means growing interconnectedness of people, organizations, and machines that result from the internet, mobile technologies, and the Internet of Things. What are the prospects? The prospect digitalization is a driving force for innovative, inclusive, and sustainable growth. Innovation and digitalization are stimulating job creation and contributing to addressing poverty, reducing inequality, facilitating the delivery of goods and services, and contributing to the achievement of sustainable development goals. COVID-19 pandemic impacted profoundly the health and livelihood of individuals, families, and communities, not just in Africa, but around the globe. Resulting from this, connectivity has assumed a lifeline, driving myriads of social and economic activities that support new ways for enterprises to operate safely and facilitating effective response from government and other stakeholders. The transformative power of digital technologies and connectivity empower people, creating environments that nurture innovation and trigger positive change in business processes and in global economy. We'll be looking at the prospect of digitalization from the standpoint of smartphone adoption, internet penetration, internet connection speed, e-government, e-agriculture, e-commerce, and digital financial inclusion. Smartphone adoption. 272 million Africans are now connected to the internet on phones. This is just 26% of the population. Smartphones are a key tool for accessing the internet and for transferring data. This is especially the case in most developing countries. These categories of countries are also referred to as low and middle income countries, where fixed broadband connection and computer use are almost non-existent. Smartphone adoption rates are measured by the proportion of smartphones in all mobile connections, which rose in all regions in between 2016 and 2019. Smartphone adoption rate is low in sub-Saharan Africa, which, however, is forecast to experience the greatest growth in adoption by 2025. The growing trend in smartphone adoption is parallel to improvement in affordability of smartphones and data plan subscription. However, smartphone adoption continues to rise rapidly in the region, reaching 50% of total connections in 2020, with cheaper devices becoming available. Over the next 5 years, the number of smartphone connections in sub-Saharan Africa will almost double to reach 678 million by the end of 2025, an adoption rate of 65%. Between 2019 and 2025, in 2019, 272 million people were connected, representing 26% of population. And in 2025, it is estimated that 475 million people will be connected. That represents 39% of the population. Internet penetration. Internet penetration rate in Africa as at January 2021 by region. Africa, then the penetration. South Africa has 62%, that's Southern Africa, not South Africa. Northern Africa have 56%, Western Africa 42%, Eastern Africa 24%, and Central Africa 26%. That is as of January 2021. Then internet penetration, Southern Africa 62, Northern Africa 56, I think that's what I just read, represented in another form. Speed of internet connection. Speed of internet connection is a key determinant of the capacity to generate and use data traffic. As the technology and use of internet have been evolving very rapidly in the last 20 years, the quality of connection matters. Different average speeds of connection may be good enough for basic activities such as internet browsing or emailing, but not for others, such as video call. In 2020, the speed of the fixed broadband internet connection was, on average, higher than the speed of the mobile broadband internet connection within all groups of economies except in low-income and developing countries. E-governance. E-government is the application of ICT to government functions and procedures with the purpose of increasing efficiency, transparency, and citizens' participation. The activities of government in the 21st century will be impossible to conduct without information and communications technology. ICT is needed in the communication between government agencies to fast-track discussions and policy processes. E-agriculture. Agriculture is playing a major role in the economy of developing countries. Therefore, the need to uplift the development of agriculture is very important. E-agriculture is one of such concepts that is playing very important part in the enhancement of processes involved in agriculture. The major role of ICT in agriculture is its potential aid, a wide access to information that will support knowledge sharing and decision making. The usage of ICT in agriculture is growing day by day. Within the recent past, probably within a decade, the attitude of farmers towards accessing agricultural information has changed due to the rapid emergence of networking and ICT technologies. With this emergence, the use of ICT in agriculture is also increasing day by day. Modern information technology has the power to potentially increase the agricultural productivity by transferring knowledge and information to agricultural practitioners from the rural communities. Applications of ICT in agriculture ranges from the need of each of these stakeholders who are directly or indirectly involved in agriculture. E-commerce. The e-commerce market includes online sales of physical goods to private end users. Included in this definition are purchases via computer, as well as mobile phone purchases via smartphone and tablets. Nigeria is the 35th largest market for e-commerce, with a revenue of $5 billion in 2020, placing it ahead of Czech Republic, and behind Israel. With an increase of 42% of Nigerian e-commerce market contributed to the worldwide growth rate of 26% in 2020. Revenues for e-commerce continue to increase. New markets are emerging, and existing markets also have the potential for further development. Digital financial inclusion. Digital financial inclusion involves the development of cost-saving digital means to reach currently financially excluded and underserved population with a range of formal financial services suited to their needs that are responsibly delivered at a cost affordable to customers and sustainable for providers. Digital financial services, including those involve the use of mobile phones have been launched in more than 80 countries, with some reaching significant scales. As a result, millions of formerly excluded and underserved poor customers are moving from exclusively cash-based transactions to formal financial services. Transfers, savings, credits, insurance, and even securities. Using a mobile phone or other digital technologies to access these services. And the picture is continuing to shift rapidly with the emergence of ever more new technologies. Challenges. One of the first challenges is coverage through access gap. Despite the impressive track record of improvements of Africa's digital economy, one must be wary not to rely on continental generalizations that overlook the uniqueness of regional, national, and local digital developments. First of all, Africa's digital revolution is not continentally uniform. From 2014 to 2018, 130 million more sub-Saharan African mobile users were connected to mobile internet. Yet, gap in coverage and access remains. As the Global Innovation Index indicates, ICT access, government online, and e-participation are higher in North Africa than in Sub-Saharan Africa. Mauritius leads the continent in ICT 66.3, followed by South Africa 67th with 63.3, Tunisia 69th with 65.4, Morocco 74th, 62.5, and Ghana 86th, 54.5. There is much regional disparity. Burundi 126, 22.9, Malawi 127, 20.4, and Niger 128, 18.7 are amongst the lowest ranked. Mobile usage gap. The mobile usage gap is almost a major issue, with 49% of the population in the region remaining unconnected to mobile internet, despite living in areas covered by mobile broadband network. Affordability is another factor. The high cost of smartphone relative to average income levels and limited digital skills among rural and less literate population are main barriers to mobile internet adoption. However, it's predicted that nearly 500 million people will be using mobile internet in sub-Saharan Africa by 2025, and a third of those will come from Nigeria and Ethiopia. Other challenges include strengthening the coordination framework, aligning policies and sector regulation, the need for a massive scaling up of investment, dedication of resources, inadequate access to the latest technologies, sophisticated telecommunications infrastructure, relative low digital readiness score, low computer literacy, and other cultural and socioeconomic factors. An additional challenge is that nearly 300 million Africans live more than 50 kilometers from a fiber or cable broadband connection. Hence, the lack of widespread availability of high-speed internet remains a significant hurdle for Africa to fully harness the potentials of digital transformation. Another is infrastructural weakness and deficiencies in business landscapes. Many digital developments and innovation are stifled by strict legislative and potential environments. Access to internet remains out of reach for most people in the continent, with only 22% reporting having access in 2017. Too few citizens have digital IDs or transactions accounts, locking them out of access to critical services and e-commerce. Digital startups struggle to attract funding, and traditional businesses are only slowly adopting digital technologies and platforms to boost productivity, efficiency, and sales. Few governments are investing strategically and systematically in developing digital infrastructure, services, skills, and entrepreneurship. To become tomorrow's innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders, African youth need to be empowered with the digital skills and access to technology and market that are empowered with the digital, that are essential to thrive in an increasingly digitized global economy. Governments need to find more nimble and effective means of delivering services and interacting with citizens. Businesses need to utilize digitally centered business models to connect with the hundreds of millions of customers previously out of reach due to geography or low income. In Nigeria, poverty and poor literacy levels also have had a degenerative impact in the accelerating economic impact of digitization, as low-income earners within the suburban areas usually find it difficult to adopt new and trending technologies. Conclusion: to fully reap the benefits of digitalization, the digitalized economy, government and relevant stakeholders, as a general rule, need to get the following foundations right: data and privacy, security, internet access and governance, policy making for a digital era, skills, capabilities, and infrastructural gap. There is need for periodic review of the regulatory instrument within the ICT industry, because as technologies improve and digitalization is enabled, regulations, guidelines, and other legislative documents or instruments need to be constantly reviewed to reflect on current trends and support digital economy. It remains for me to say thank you from Professor Omar Garba Dambata, FANG, FNSC, FRIAS, FNIEE, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Engineer Nwaolune. Much appreciated for that in-depth analysis and presentation. We highly appreciate it. I've got certain questions that I'm seeing. They are coming through in the chat, and I would like to maybe try to start addressing them. There is the first question. It goes to Engineer Salisu. It's saying a question to NITDA. NITDA is matching its weights. Does it match its weights with action? Can we have your development plan for 2022? The floor is yours, Engineer Salisu.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions, and it's much appreciated. You see, ever since the Ministry of Communications Technology was renamed to Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, we were strategic and quickly twist and readjust our own strategies to ensure that we prepare ourselves very well because it comes with additional responsibilities. So part of that strategy is, of course, what I said earlier, is development of the strategic roadmap and action plan, which was expected to last for 3 years, from 2021 down to 2024. Inside it, there are pillars, and those pillars were carefully defined to properly align with the pillars that were defined in the in-depth document, which was the national policy document. So that connect is established, and some initiatives and activities were defined also around those pillars under the straps, which already align with the pillars under the in-depth. So we're endlessly implementing the policy document through our strap strategy document. Let me give you a simple example of the few things that we are channeling our energy. Most focus, it has started since June this year, and it will run down through the entire lifespan of the strap document, is channeling our energy and resources on literacy developments for the mass society, skills developments for the techies who are to come and develop some application that will drive this digital economy. Because digital economy is all about having the right skills to utilize the right data and create value for business or transform business generally. So literacy skills, literacy as skills, and access to computing devices, and of course access to connectivity is also part of what we are looking at. So we start with the public institutions. We establish what we call Digital Transformation Technical Working Group. It's a body, or it's a committee that was set up with a representation of all federal public institutions, and we are to achieve digital transformations or digital transformation of the public institution. For these digital transformation working groups are members drawn from all public institutions, and we started by giving them training and initial training. So far, we have covered almost 100 public institutions. Every year, we plan to take hundreds of set of these public institutions to maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll see how far we can cover. So we're giving them the basic training, initial training around digital transformations as train the trainer model. So we expect them to go down to those various institutions so that they will be the anchor in implementing the digital transformation or policies issued by government. In particular, the Nigerian Government Enterprise Structure and the Nigerian Government Interoperability Framework. These are policy documents that were issued by NIDA to guide investments by governments, IT investment, to ensure that we are connected and moving toward one government, whole of government at the end. And down here, we started piloting some of these initiatives. Like we have under agricultural structure, we have Nigerian agricultural, we call it NAFSA, Nigerian Adopted Village for Smart Agriculture. This is a pilot agriculture scheme to ensure that we bring smartness into agriculture, we bring modernization, we bring digitalization or technology to bear into the whole entire value chain of agriculture sector. We have implemented these things in 3 states, and we are rolling as well in so many other states as the times and the budget will permit. Some we are doing on education. We have national smart schools for adopted, national smart schools education systems. We also piloted this one in Abuja here, trying to prove to the society that yes, this technology can really bring improvement to any sector. It has become an enabler, and much can be realized if it is well properly adopted and well properly implemented and regulated. And we're also looking into e-commerce. So 2022, we're definitely going to have a strong look toward smart initiatives around all sectors. And that's why we also established a center. We call it National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics as a purpose vehicle to breed these initiatives. We get entrepreneurs, we get innovators, youth with this entrepreneurial skill to come and demonstrate and come up with solutions that can address prevalent or various challenges across various sectors of the economy. We also have the Office of National Digital Innovation. This Office of National Digital Innovation is to also breed these youth. So we have the NCAD Center for the facility, NDI there to promote and support development of innovations, and NIDA as a whole is there to see how they can get investors from across the globe so that those solutions developed in the NC Center, in the ONDI Center are commercialized and projected for economic value. So these are a brief of what you are doing. There's so much information that can be get when you visit our website, and I'm sure the future is very bright. 2022 we hope is going to be better than 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Salisu. Much appreciated for that comprehensive answer to the question. I do not know if we still have Mason Cole in the call. Mason Cole, is still here?
Yes, Chairman. I'm not sure he's still on the call, so maybe we'll go to the question for the keynote speakers.
No problem. Let us go then go to the question for the NCC. How would the 5G rollout benefit the economy and add value to the lives of the common man? How would the 5G rollout benefit the economy and add value to the lives of a common man? That's the question to NCC, to Engineer Augustine Nwaulune.
All right, thank you very much. 5G is the now generation of mobile technologies. Now, the mobile technologies that exist right now, it has some key capabilities. One of them is enhanced mobile broadband. The other is ultra low latency. And another is massive machine type communication. Those are the use cases that we are going to be seeing in the next few years, starting from this year. And those bring possibilities of innovative services that can be delivered to the consumers. We have the augmented realities, we have the virtual realities, you have the mixed realities, and the services that they enable. People in the rural communities don't have access to medical. If they have access to emerging technologies, to this 5G, it means they will be in the village and they can receive the same level of medical service that somebody in the United States is receiving, because they'll be able to consult those level of consultants that are not available in the rural places, that might actually not be available even in the urban centers. Gaming is one of those other things that are being enabled. People will relax and are able to access different kinds of games. Agriculture, just like we've talked, commerce, jobs are things that will result from the 5G coming online. So I think most times people are not able to see into the future of what's coming. And because of that, they find it very difficult to understand that a lot of things are coming online with 5G. So I will implore Nigerians to eagerly wait for 5G because it's coming with so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated for the answer. Engineer Salisu, I've got a query coming your way that says, how can agricultural departments in universities benefit from the smart agricultural framework?
Thank you very much for that great questions. And let me also give another re-echo the model we are adopting in this NAPSA agricultural project. As I said earlier, we are piloting it, and it's deliberate to ensure that at least we sell to the society that we are not just saying it, but we are also doing it. So this pilot started with 3 states. We implemented NAFSA in Ekiti State, we implemented NAFSA in Jigawa State, and we also implement NAFSA in Gombe State. So the idea is to present to the state government that yes, there's opportunity in agriculture, and there is great potentials of technology to revive or change the whole agricultural behavior across the whole value chain. So that we are getting good traction of that, because many states are applying or approaching NIDA. How can we partake in this How can we partake in this? So as I said, it's a pilot and every year we roll out. And this year in particular, 2021, we deliberately also targeted the academic environment. We are piloting this NAPSA again in 3 institutions. One, we have Abuja Technology Village, which they are partnering with the University of Abuja. And we're also implementing this in Federal University of Agriculture, AfICTA, and we're also implementing this in Federal University of Technology, Jigawa State. Yeah, so we are taking each sector bit by bit. So any university interested or any academic environment interested, we intend to make this much more pronounced or much public in the next coming National Council of Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. So universities are free to contact us, approach us, and we roll out the models and we sit down with them and see how we can partner in implementing this thing. The one we are doing in Federal University of Technology, Dusi and Punaf in AfICTA State and Abuja Technology is like a collaborative effort. We are leveraging on some of their resources, like the lands they have, the models of agricultural system they are practicing, where they are to leverage our own platform. NAPSA has rich platforms where the players communicate between the suppliers of the seed and the farmers and even the off-takers. So it's a whole ecosystems carefully defined and drawn and developed. And we believe with this, we can expand the scope and get more organizations, more institutions embracing the agricultural sector. So that's opportunity for universities, and right to NIDA or approach NIDA, we can also further discuss. And it's also open to all African countries who are interested in the model of NAFSA we are having, the model of NASE we are having. We are also open to collaborations for expansion. The most important thing is we are driving value to the Nigerian and African economy as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Salisu. Much appreciated for that. I think we have covered the questions that were posted on the chat, and with that, I would like to extend our gratitude to all the keynote speakers. We highly appreciate your insights and your sponsorship as AfICTA. And we have been enriched by your presentation this morning. We are highly appreciative of that. Just to maybe put a note for attendees and panelists, we have an IGF workshop session that is going to start in the next 45 minutes. So it's going to start at 10:15. We have a link being posted on the chat. So to make it easier for you, you can just go, it's a direct link. As you go into it, you will be able to access the session and be able to attend. Perhaps one is asking what that particular workshop is about. It's about digital inclusivity in developing and least developed countries, and our emphasis is on user connectivity versus content. So if you may at 10:15, please join us for that workshop. This has been incorporated as being part and parcel, as part and parcel of this whole summit. So we are making sure that we want to be inclusive, and will appreciate your participation with regards to that workshop. For now, we are going to go for our virtual exhibition for the next 45 minutes or so. I thank you. So I will give over to the secretariat just to run over with those. Thank you.
Yes, lots of domain names have entered the internet domain space, but if it's in Nigeria, it's got to be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain (CCTLD) in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second-level domain extensions, such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mil.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating to Nigeria or the world at large. Businesses with .ng are more relevant and appealing to not only Nigerians, but millions of people all around the world. Getting a .ng domain name is easy, fast, and affordable. So if you want to register your domain name, you can choose from any of our over 50 accredited registrars across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. .ng is undoubtedly a great online identity for locally relevant products, services, and innovations. How to register a .ng domain name? Step 1. Think of a name you want to register on .ng for your business, website, or email address. Step 2. Check the availability of the name you want to register on .ng from the NIRA UIS website, uis.nic.net.ng. Step 3. Visit the NIRA website, www.nira.org.ng. Step 4. From NIRA's website, www.nira.org.ng. Click on the icon named Registrars and select your preferred registrar. Step 5. Clicking on your preferred registrar will redirect you to that registrar's website, where you can use this platform to register your domain name. Go ahead and register your own .ng domain name and connect to the world. .ng, your Nigerian identity online. Over the years, lots of domain names have entered the internet domain space, but if it's in Nigeria, it's got to be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain (CCTLD) in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second-level domain extensions, such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mil.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest best and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating to Nigeria or the world at large. Businesses with .ng are more relevant and appealing to not only Nigerians but millions of people all around the world. Getting a .ng domain name is easy, fast, and affordable. So if you want to register your domain name, you can choose from any of our over 50 accredited registrars across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. .ng is undoubtedly a great online identity for locally relevant products, services, and innovations. How to register a .ng domain name? Step 1. Think of a name you want to register on .ng for your business, website, or email address. Step 2. Check the availability of the name you want to register on .ng from the NIRA UIS website, uis.nic.net.ng. Step 3. Visit the NIRA website, www.nira.org.ng. Step 4. From NIRA's website, www.nira.org.ng. Click on the icon named Registrars and select your preferred registrar. Step 5. Clicking on your preferred registrar will redirect you to that registrar's website where you can use this platform to register your domain name. Go ahead and register your own .ng domain name and connect to the world. .ng, your Nigerian
By breaking down the barriers to free trade and developing the economies of poor nations, the International Chamber of Commerce believes the world will be a stronger and better place to live. The group that originally referred to itself as the Merchants of Peace is looking to spread its vision around the globe.
Arbitration has become the favorite, if not really the exclusive way of dealing with disputes in the international field.
Ultimate objective is the businessmen, the SMEs that the chambers have in their membership. We help the chambers so they can help their membership and provide more service.
Reflections of the world that call for decisive action from all stakeholders to forge a positive path for development in the face of vast challenges and uncertainties.
By breaking down the barriers to free trade and developing the economies of poor nations, the International Chamber of Commerce believes the world will be a stronger and better place to live. The group that originally referred to itself as the Merchants of Peace is looking to spread its vision around the globe.
Arbitration has become the favorite, if not really the exclusive way of dealing with disputes in the international field.
Ultimate objective is the businessmen, the SMEs that the chambers have in their membership. We help the chambers so they can help their membership and provide more service.
Reflections of a world that call for decisive action from all stakeholders to forge a positive path for development in the face of vast challenges and uncertainties.
By breaking down the barriers
identity online. Over the years, lots of domain names have entered the internet domain space, but if it's in Nigeria, it's got to be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain (CCTLD) in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second-level domain extensions, such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mil.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating to Nigeria or the world at large. Businesses with .ng are more relevant and appealing to not only Nigerians, but millions of people all around the world. Getting a .ng domain name is easy, fast, and affordable. So if you want to register your domain name, you can choose from any of our over 50 accredited registrars across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. .ng is undoubtedly a great online identity for locally relevant products, services, and innovations. How to register a .ng domain name? Step 1. Think of a name you want to register on .ng for your business, website, or email address. Step 2. Check the availability of the name you want to register on .ng from the NIRA UIS website, uis.nic.net.ng. Step 3. Visit the NIRA website, www.nira.org.ng. Step 4. From NIRA's website, www.nira.org.ng. Click on the icon named Registrars and select your preferred registrar. Step 5. Clicking on your preferred registrar will redirect you to that registrar's website where you can use this platform to register your domain name. Go ahead and register your own .ng domain name and connect to the world. .ng, your Nigerian identity online. Over the years, lots of domain names have entered the internet domain space, but if it's in Nigeria, it's got to be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain (CCTLD) in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second-level domain extensions, such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mil.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating
would it be possible for us to also pick a virtual picture? Maybe we can turn on our video.
Okay, I can do that quickly. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear us in the room?
Good afternoon, Paul.
Yeah, I can hear you, Paul.
Hear you in the room, Paul.
We can hear you.
Okay, brilliant.
We can hear you, but the music is still loud.
In a minute of being on time. So, firstly, welcome to everybody. My name is Paul Rowney. I'm the moderator for this session. We have an interesting and dynamic session. It's a follow-on from previous interventions that AfICTA has had at the IGF. Over the floor to our chair of AfICTA.
My name is Thabo Mashekwane. I'm the chair of AfICTA. We are currently running a summit, so it's concurrent to this, and I would like to welcome all in the session, panelists, as well as our moderator, as well as all attendees into the session. The session that we are running, which is a workshop 158 on digital inclusivity in developing and least developed countries. It's a very critical workshop in that it addresses now what we call user connectivity versus content. And within that, I think our panelists are going to address a couple of policy questions. And with those policy questions is to look at the barriers to universal and meaningful access, as well as the practical, locally driven policy solutions. And with that, it's them sharing in terms of their expertise and their experiences as to how to surpass this. And we as AfICTA, as an advocacy group in Africa, we very much, this very much lies at the core of our interests and our purpose itself. I would like to welcome everyone, especially the panelists into this workshop, and I will give over to our moderator. Thank you. Is Inye here? Inye Kemamboda and Paul?
Yes, yeah, I'm going to moderate this session.
Thank you.
So thank you, Thabo. And for those who don't know, AfICTA is a private sector-led organization in Africa that brings together ICT industry professionals and helps frame the policy on the continent. So when you look at our workshop, you know, we're looking at user connectivity versus content, and you'll see a deeper dive in this as we move forward. And, you know, we are getting connected, although it's still slow, but we are over the 50%. But it's not just about getting connected, you know, connection has to be meaningful, but also the content that we have access to has to be meaningful to the person that's using it. So on our panel today, we have Issa Ibrahim Jowl. Issa is the director and CEO of Abuja Geographic Information Systems. Welcome, Issa.
Thank you very much. Nice to be in this forum. Thank you for you.
Thank you. We have Melissa Sassi. She's in the room. I think she can wave. Melissa, can you wave?
Yep, right here. Thank you, Paul.
Melissa is a great friend and supporter of AfICTA. She is the global head for IBM Hyper Project Accelerator. I'm sure she'll give some insight into what that is. So welcome, Melissa. We have Mary Aduma. Mary is well known in the IGF corridors. She's also a coordinator for the West Africa IGF, amongst her many hats. I believe Mary is in the room. Mary?
I'm here.
Welcome, Mary. We also have, thank you, Mary. We also have Kulusia Joanna, who is the Assistant Professor of International Law, University Lodz of Poland. Is Kulusia in the room or online?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Joanna. Welcome. Jane Coffin was also part of our panel. Jane has submitted her apology. She has an emergency that she needs to tend to, but she will be reading the transcripts and will be available to answer questions if there are any that would have been directed towards her. So our session is driven by two specific policy questions. I'm going to pose these policy questions one at a time to our panelists for their intervention and thoughts. And then after each policy question, we will open the floor for any questions and comments. We can use the hands up in the room or online. This is a nice, we've got used to this hybrid environment. We're all equals, whether we're in the room or on the online. So please, if you're online, please feel free to enter in the chat or raise your hand on Zoom. And in the room, if you can raise your hand, and then one of our online panelists will ensure that you get to ask your question. So I'm going to first pose the first policy question, which is barriers to universal and meaningful access. What are the main challenges that people face in obtaining and making full use of internet access? To what extent are these the result of social, economic, and cultural factors? And to what extent do they result from aspects of the digital environment? How can we use the response to these questions to better understand the intersection between digital policies and other policy areas? So I'm going to first pose this in order of introduction of the speakers. So Issa, if you can have an intervention on that, please. Issa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. One thing for sure is that internet access also in Africa it still costs some money because most of the access is through the telco operators, the mobile operators. And we know that the bandwidth costs some money. So there is need for us to improve on that. So it's kind of challenge because most of the people in the rural areas, because their access is through the mobile. And probably this is associated to lack of also fiber connectivity to most of the population. For example, in Nigeria, we have some of the main operators of the provision of when operators that are providing access through the fiber, like the main one company that brought the fiber into Lagos, but the connectivity downstream is also an issue where you have some of the operators taking the connectivity to the last mile through microwave links. And this is affecting the ability of the people to connect in terms of cost, and also the connection is not very, very good, even though there is availability of the 4G technology, but this is mostly available in the city areas. In addition, also, if there is no content for the people to access, there will be issues in terms of connectivity. Even if you have the access, if the content is not there, you cannot access. And the content has to be localized. The content that has to do with the local interests of the population. And also, there are other cultural barriers that we need to look at, which is preventing people from accessing some of the contents that are out there. But the most important aspect is our ability to try and as much as possible to put up content related to information that the local population need, which means that government has a big role to play in terms of policy formulation, in terms of providing the necessary infrastructure, creating the enabling environment for the public sector to now provide the infrastructure also, and then ensuring that there is security in terms of content, security in terms of access. I know there are other service providers that have improved in terms of connectivity, but we still have a lot to do in that area.
Thank you, Isa. Okay, I'm posing the same question now to Melissa. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Hey everyone, so Melissa Sassy from IBM, and I have the wonderful opportunity in my role at IBM to run student and entrepreneur experience globally within the IBM Z division of IBM. So that leads me to engage with lots of young people, and I think that as we look at the concept of connectivity or content, I don't think it's about or. It's about and. And one of the things that I always say is, and it's kind of one of my coin phrases, and that's be an and not an or. When I look at my own career, I think about what is the intersection of whatever it is I want to be and whoever I am. And it's not about am I this or am I that, I'm this and that. And, we can go out and build all the connectivity solutions in the world, but if there are not enabling ecosystems to enable people to make meaningful use of the internet, we're building technology for the sake of technology. In my role, one of the biggest things that I focus on are two separate things. One is enabling students, so young people as well as individuals of all ages, to build digital skills. And when I say digital skills, I think part of that is being safe and secure online. So really understanding how do you not just be a consumer of technology, but also how do you be a creator, a maker, and doer empowered by technology. And I don't think everybody's going to be an engineer. I don't think everybody needs to learn, everything there is about, computer science. But regardless of who you are, including all of us in the room, need to understand the basic building blocks of computer science and understand, how things have been built, where have they come from. And I think the biggest piece as well, assuming that you've got these digital skills, and I know those are all defined, differently depending upon who you are, which I can point you to a good framework that I like. But I think the other piece is how do you drive outcomes? And I look at outcomes in a few different ways. The majority of my focus when I put on my entrepreneur hat at IBM is creating entrepreneurs, enabling entrepreneurs. And this isn't just about how do we bring, Silicon Valley tech bro from Silicon Valley onto the continent or wherever to create a quote unquote local solution. But, how is it that we can, enable through digital skills, through capacity building, through funding, locally grown solutions in local languages. I'll give you a few different examples of the startups that I am personally working with on the continent. So one is Credit Plus out of Uganda, and they provide temporary loans for cash flow gaps. And this is not about your predator loan that takes advantage of someone who needs support between paycheck to paycheck, but really looking at how do we help the unbanked to manage their bills in a way that is not predatory in nature. Second one is Leaf, which is all about virtual banking and savings for migrants. The third one of my favorites, is PayHippo. And they just landed $3 million in funding. They provide small business loans, a 97% payback. They reduce the amount of time that it takes for small and medium enterprises on the continent to get access to funds. And then the last one, and I'm sure that many of my startups on the continent right now are like, wait a second, how did I not make the top 4? But WayAPay. And they are based out of Kenya and are doing some really interesting things when it comes to cross-border payments. And they are launching a challenger bank in the US focused on expats and enabling expats to send money back home. So again, skills, local content, outcomes such as economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, I'm now passing the floor to Mary Ndoma. Mary.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul, for giving me the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connecting to us. When we talk about inclusivity, we are looking holistically what would affect my connecting to the internet. Somebody has already raised the issue of affordability. I also want to raise the issue of availability. You can afford it, but it's not available. What will make it not to be available? It might be that there's no dial tone around your area, or there's no data connectivity around your area. But the fact still remains that we have other factors that affect our connectivity, which is the adjacent infrastructure. We know that there's the telecom infrastructure or data infrastructure that would have, but what of the adjacent infrastructure where you have the dial tone, but you can't charge your device to even connect? So it affects the connectivity or inclusivity. So that's something we should look at. And then I'll also look at when you say availability or accessibility, the content, does it address the need of the people, the need of those in living in disability? Do we take them into consideration? So that's one of the things. Language, Melissa had already said about language. That is very, very important because some will want to connect. Some are indigenous people that will not speak our African language, like the colonial masters language of English, French, and Portuguese or Arabic. So what do we do? How do we make sure that there's language that they could meaningfully understand what is happening on the internet? Even when you want to do financial intervention using the technology, if it is written in the language the local people cannot understand, so it becomes a problem. So, and then there's issue of trust. In some of our communities, people don't trust the internet. We had a program in one of our communities in Nigeria, and one woman stood up to tell me that, Madam, internet is bad. It's not good for our children. It brings wrong thing. They learn wrong language. They learn things that are not our culture. So that brings me back to the education or the digital skill training or education. How do we inform the local people that internet is good and they can connect and do some of their businesses? Okay. So, and somebody has mentioned infrastructure, and the session before now talked about community networks. There's no way we can get the local people connect if there's no data, if there's no connectivity. So we should be looking at where we have infrastructure in terms of community networks, asking the people to own the networks, and they will understand it and they run it and they will not sabotage the network. So that is important. for us to also have my rice, and what can I do to improve my economic situation as a rice producer or a rice farmer. So that local content is very, very key. So there's connectivity, as Melissa said, and content. And it's not one or, so is both connectivity and content. There are a lot of things. Okay, if we even look at health sector, people want to get diagnosed for diseases that are not easily available, treated within their community. So the content on the internet, on connectivity, should be able to solve people's, as long as you solve the local problems and issues, then people will desire to connect to the internet. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Mary, for that insightful intervention. We're now moving over to Joanna. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. I'm a bit puzzled. I've been a fan of Mary Uduma for a long time, and we did not coordinate notes, but I must admit that the points that Mary had just raised are on my list one by one. So what is left for me to do is to emphasize the need for regional capacity building. Now, I work at the university here in Lodz in Poland. My day job is capacity building. I focus on international law, I focus on security, I focus on human rights. So I'm going to emphasize these aspects. But the overarching point here is indeed capacity building, something that Mary just emphasized in much detail and elaborated on with vivid examples. So I'm going to try and reiterate that point with reference to specific areas where capacity building might be useful. Because of the pandemic, we largely rely on internet connectivity, as we do here today. Keeping the networks safe is paramount, has always been, but has become forever more so the case since we do rely on internet connectivity. Keeping the network safe, however, means a lot of things. On one hand, it means national critical infrastructures. So connectivity that is safe as provided by large tech companies, national critical infrastructure operators. On the other hand, however, security means that the end user is safe and knows how to ensure that the device they are using, the websites they are visiting, are secured. So when we talk about meaningful connectivity, ensuring connectivity, security comes at the top of that list. We can only ensure security when we ensure that the end user is aware of potential threats. When we talk about capacity building, this does come down to day-to-day end user education. It's the kids who need to be encouraged, I agree with Mary, to use the internet for the safety of their education, to be aware where the threats lie. But it is also the education of the older generation. We had a panel here in Katowice yesterday that was focused on bringing online also those who are not digital natives. When we talk about organized capacity building platforms, I'm going to wear my GFCE hat, which is the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. There is an Africa Hub that has been launched recently by the GFC. There is a session tomorrow happening elaborating the standards for cybersecurity education. And that, as already noted, means a variety of issues, including that we educate and particular threats that they must be made aware of. And I just want to add another point with regards to building meaningful connectivity and starting from day one. Also, the Council of Europe has a focused capacity building project called GLACI Plus that builds on getting new generations online and making sure that from that very beginning, they remain safe. Safety comes with certain obligations, but it is the safeguard that ensures our rights. So I'm just going to toss in there that second leg of this debate, the second avenue that needs to be pursued. And these are individual rights and freedoms. When we do want to ensure meaningful communications, we need to make sure that that education includes also privacy concerns, as well as freedom of expression standards. We will discuss a little bit more during this session, as I understand from the agenda, the power of service providers, platforms, if you will. So I'm just going to stop here, and I'm very excited to hear what other panelists have to say. Again, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Joanna. So we're going to pause here and just open the floor for questions, interventions from the participants. As I mentioned, those online, you can post your question in the chat or use the hands up. Those in the floor, if they can put their hands up. Okay, I see a hand up in the floor. If you could just state your name and to whom you'd like to pose the question, or if it's a general question. Thank you.
I am Raja Asif Mahmood from Pakistan, and I want to know the solution for the third world, where the content, local content is less available and harmful content is more available, and misuse of the internet is wasting huge budgets. Thank you.
Would someone from the panel like to respond to this question?
I've got one thing I can quickly say, and then I'll pass it over to my my co-panelists. But so shukriya for your question, and assalamu alaikum. I've spent a lot of time in Pakistan specifically. I was there 3 times in 2019, and I think that this is where I go back to how do we enable local change makers to understand what's in front of them, what are the possibilities when it comes to impacting the world in a positive way. And I know that when I say positive, that can mean many different things to many different people, whereas, if I sit at home and in my culture, someone might say, hey, this is fine. This is great. This is freedom of expression. And we might go somewhere else and say, no, this is bad. This is harmful for young people. And I think when it comes to the internet, it's hard to make that balance around, what's good, versus bad. But I think the key is really, specifically in developing countries, as well as around the world, how do we make sure that people understand their ability to have a voice? And this could be as simple as, how do you use social media in a positive way to create local content? One of the trainings that I often give is personal branding. And that's around how do you understand what your individual superpowers are, and how do you take the mic? How do you take your voice and put it into something as simple as LinkedIn or TikTok or Medium, or something that may not require advanced technical skills, all the way through to, I look at an organization specifically in Pakistan called Circle Women, and they're doing some amazing work around how do you empower local women in local communities to understand how do they create content, how do they freelance, how do they make a business out of it versus just sharing their own words, so that it's not just, hey, how do I share my skills forward? How do I have a voice? But how do I make an income out of it as well?
Paul?
Yes, Mary, the
yes,
floor is yours.
We have Kosi here. Dr. Kosi is one of the panelists as well. So remember to ask him the question. But for the time being, there's another hand being raised. Do we allow Kosi, or do we have the hands?
Let's answer the hand. Sorry, I wasn't aware Kosi was with us. I apologize.
Okay.
Let's answer the question first.
Okay, all right.
Kuntedi.
I have 2 hands here.
Okay. Right. We have one online as well.
Can I go on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So my name
is Naza Nicholas, and I am the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program Manager at Internet Society Tanzania chapter. And I would like to share what we are doing in Tanzania in terms of inclusivity. We have created what we call women and youth innovation hubs. And basically what we are trying to address, the issue of connectivity and content development. This program is a 20 years digital gaps, bridging and innovation program in Tanzania. And we are trying to create about 200 women and youth innovation hubs all over Tanzania. Given the level of expansive, or should I say, Tanzania is a very expansive nation, almost 1 million square kilometer area. And we have about 169 districts, and we're trying to create digital hubs in those areas to close the digital divide in rural and urban places. And basically what we are trying to do is try to have communities, develop a platform where they can share knowledge to solve the issues using the local knowledge. For example, on the issue of climate change, we think that the indigenous knowledge is very key in terms of trying to create solutions for the climate change, and also having things like digital community libraries where they can put content and share content and get the content from the National Library, so that they can also go on and participate in e-learning, where they can do the continuing education from where they are. So basically what we are trying to do is address the issue of connectivity gaps in rural and urban areas, and also the issue of the internet multilingualism, where people can actually share content in local languages. The issue of digital skills is very key. That is also what we are trying to do. Ensure that women get the digital skills that are necessary to make them not only safe online, but also be able to acquire entrepreneurial skills that are available all over the internet. And we believe with 6 million young people and women trained on digital skills that are important over the next 10 years, I think will go a long way to be able to empower and create capacity for our communities in rural and urban Tanzania. So that is basically what we are doing. This project is divided into, like I said, into 2 areas: women and youth digital innovation hubs, and internet for public schools project. So we are trying to empower the schools, the public schools that are underserved in rural and urban Tanzania. And so far we have connected around 10 schools using internet light equipment that is a donation from Basic Internet Foundation, who is our partner. And we're also trying to bring Facebook, which is Meta, to be able to work with us to connect around 20,000 schools over the next 10 years. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for the intervention. Quickly. Mary, we have one hand up from the Zoom. I'd like to give the floor to Kintudi first.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was really nice to hear from the man from Tanzania first, because it's more or less a question and an idea that I've been thinking about, and I just want to put it out there to see what any of the panelists think in terms of this. For one thing, the cyber up plan, I think, makes a lot of sense, and it's something that I and a group of friends have been thinking about, you know, in terms of spreading the need for capacity building for e-learning and for training the young generation to learn more and have more access to be able to learn about digital skills. But my question and my this is just an idea I'm putting forward, and I would just want to ask if what any of the panelists think about it. I think in terms of capacity building and training young generation to be more content creators than content consumers, as Melissa said. I don't know if we could adopt a system that is kind of already on ground in Nigeria, for instance. I know a lot of countries or other countries also have the same in the educational system. We have a lot of schools, especially secondary schools and even primary schools, that they have these societies. They have literary societies. They have the engineering societies, science societies, and all that, who have regular activities, like weekly activities on a regular basis, and probably some other major activities, maybe during the holidays. If this could be an avenue that we could tap into, is a plan I and a friend are working on. We're already building some ideas around it. Creating a kind of internet society, for instance, or digital learning societies in schools that we can syndicate across different schools across different regions as well, and use that as an access to continue to have access to these children or these students, and then continue giving them access to be able to learn and also build themselves. There are mentorship ideas that can work with this as well, and then use that to be something that it doesn't go away, since it's a society that is always going to be in the system. Once the children keep coming into the schools to learn, they keep being part of this particular setup and continue to grow with it. And we can use that as a way to build the future generation to learn more about something like internet governance, for instance, which most people don't talk about enough, and other aspects of digital space. I don't know if any of the panelists have a project that is close to something like this, or I think in this direction, or if this is a good idea that can actually be used at all. Thank you.
Do you want to go first, or you want me to go? Yeah, you can go first.
Okay. Thank you very much. Access internet to education, learn more about what is internet in school, or permits students to have internet to learn their study and something like that is very important. It's very important for us in Africa, in rural area, in urban area, because when we have the position of government, something like we need to plan how our people will have internet and what they can do with internet. We have strategy, something like we have a national universal access strategy, and to let people to have internet in health area, education area, agriculture area, and something like that is important for them. Every time you are using internet, to know I'm using for what, is to have knowledge, is to do my business, and also to have information from government. We have platform to put information to citizens. That is very important when we are making strategy to make internet for people.
So, Wisdom still has a question to ask.
Okay, last question.
Thank you very much, Rooney. This is Wisdom Donko, the President and CEO of Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. We've been doing a lot of work in that regard. So I have some few observations when it comes to community network in the developing countries. I think there are some few issues that we need to to address. Mary did mention some of them. Local content, we need to align some of this local content to economic activities, depending on the locality of that community. And also, when it comes to community network, the question that we normally ask is the government interested? Because government is also a business. They are also doing business. And then sometimes we have these big telcos who normally influence some of these processes. If Vodafone, for example, doesn't see the economic activity of certain areas, they wouldn't go. And also it comes to license spectrum allocation. You realize that all the spectrum that we have in Africa are being controlled by the big telcos. So we really need to look at that and see what we can do to address the issues. If maybe a small portion of the spectrum can be allocated to non-governmental organizations, that means that they can go in for such license and then start going into the communities and developing community networks. The TV white space looks like it's not working. The license is very expensive. So that also has to be, we need to look at that. And then finally, looking at cybersecurity and human rights campaigns and all that, I think we are spending too much money in that aspect. We need to channel some of those money into community network, because if you are saying cybersecurity, you are building capacity where there is no network. So how do we secure ourselves? So we need to make sure we have those networks, and then capacity can come in, then the human rights can come in. But for now, I think we need to channel more of those money into community network. I'm not saying we should not do cybersecurity. We should do it, but when you look at Africa, we have those big organizations like the banks. They have money to do those cybersecurity. Government have money to do cybersecurity to secure its networks. Other company organizations, they have those monies. And then you realize that government itself is spending more money on cybersecurity campaigns over areas where there is no network. And the human rights also come in with all those campaigns. So we really need to look at that. And finally, your initiative, I only heard you mention Uganda, Kenya. I didn't hear any initiative from Western Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa. So
I only included 4 examples, but I could certainly spend a lot of time talking about my work in Tunisia, South Africa, activities that I've done in, Ethiopia and other countries. And there are so many other places I could mention, and I apologize.
Yes.
As we all know, Africa is a big place. And
Yes.
if I spent, the next, let's say, half an hour, I probably would miss something about language, culture, religion, food.
Okay.
You're never going to win. But apologies for if I missed anyone's location.
Okay, over to you. Back to you, Paul. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Want to support the idea from the online intervention. Sorry if I missed the name. I think they are great initiative that we should also look at.
And Mary, we do have one more question in the room.
Okay.
If it's okay, Paul. Don't want to steal your thunder there.
We're actually running a little late, so if we can include that question in the next round of questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Next round.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we still have a bit of the program to follow. So I'm now going to pose the second policy question, and I'm going to pose this first to Kosi. Kosi is with the government of Benin. Apologies, Kosi, for not introducing you earlier. The policy question is practical local driven policy solutions. What lessons can be drawn and how from successful policy solutions to universal access and meaningful connectivity around the world. When taking into account local specificities and needs, in particular, what are the relevant practices implemented by local actors, such as local government, civil society, local providers, entrepreneurs, to advance universal and meaningful access? So, Kosi, if I may pose that question to you first. Thank you.
We have many lessons to be learned when we talk about access and universal access to people. We have to promote the initiative in regarding the capacity of each organization. Private sector sometimes have some initiative. NGO have also some initiative. They are coming for government. They don't come every time with the practical solution and showing we need to make this, we have this opportunity, and we look for that money. Is it possible to get it in Universal Access Fund, for example, to make it? We don't every time have some option like that. The option we have is something like we have activity for our communities and we need money. We don't know exactly what kind of activity we've done, what will be the impact of that activity for any all the citizens in the countries or in the area. For government, it's very difficult to take a decision in that area. It's very difficult. When you have the problems like electricity, we don't have electricity, we don't have water, we don't have a road in some place, it's difficult to say people need internet in the area where we don't have electricity. We're supposed to make first the solution for electricity before look at internet, look at any other thing. We need also to promote our economy. We need to promote our culture to the world. We're supposed to use internet for that, but step by step, we're supposed to make something before do another one. We have some NGOs who contribute to putting the community network in the place in our countries. In Benin, for example, the license to have community network is free. It's free to charge for NGO. It's free to charge. You have only to make declaration. We need to use that license to make network in our community. Regulator told the operators, people need internet in this area. We can use 1% of our Universal Access Fund to let you go to the area and you build the network with the population, with the area there. But some NGO can coordinate that network, but not to make benefits, not to make profit. If it is to make profit, we be in challenge with the operator. That is not good. Operators are working on that. Thank you.
Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Kosi. I'm now going to pose the same question to Joanna. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank
I'm
you.
working in reverse order now.
That is fine, sir. Thank you very much. I am enjoying this discussion. Thank you, everyone, for the diversity of voices. Now, I'm going to focus on this question, and I do appreciate it because it is a very practical one. And I myself am a very pragmatic person. So I'm just going to point out existing initiatives that could help facilitate that regional, national, or local focus that is being mentioned through and through during this session. So I did mention I'm a fan of Mary, and that's because we both work within ICANN. We have ICANN networks in place, but I do see many other ICANN colleagues in the room. So I would point to that platform where the African region, the AFRALO, as we like to refer to it, has been very active. You guys do have strong community leaders who do what seems to be the most feasible thing with regard to ensuring meaningful access. So what they do is they look at what others have done. And I'm going to use the example of infrastructure policies. And Africa coming online with the next billion, as we like to say, has the freedom of choice to opt in what they find is feasible. It seems as if there is a market of ideas out there, and the African leaders can easily point you to experiences from other regions of the world which worked or which have not worked. This likely brings me back to the debate around service providers. We hosted this session with the Polish Foreign Ministry on Monday, where we had the African perspective represented, where it was emphasized that indeed it makes sense to get involved into internet governance dialogues like this one, like ICANN, like ISOC, the Internet Society. I regret that Jane could not join us here today for utterly important personal reasons, but you did have Internet Society on the agenda. Internet Society does exactly that. It points you into the directions which have proven to work better somewhere else. So as much as the challenge of coming online is a vivid one, at the same time, it gives you an opportunity to select the solutions that are already available. And I would say that the way to get people active is to show them why it matters. You will decide what kind of connectivity comes into your area, into your town, your village, your city. ISOC is supporting wonderful projects with solar-powered internet accessibility. So as much as there are infrastructure challenges, I'm going to argue that supporting the leaders, keeping your eyes open to ongoing dialogues, and just picking what works for you would probably be the best way to proceed. And there are platforms, as already said, with ICANN, the IGF, the Council of Europe that I already mentioned, that will help you facilitate engaging the local communities and emphasizing to them, again, going back to capacity building, why it matters to get involved, because you will be shaping the local interest.
Thank you. Chasing to find the mute. Thank you, Joanna. Mary, the floor is yours.
I think I outlined some of the practical ways. I've said that one of the things I want to reemphasize is what Kosi said. There should be a synergy between the government and those that want to provide one thing or the other, whether it's a foundation, whether it's ISOC or any other group that is providing some interventions. Supporting them, but I don't know whether government is involved in it. Most times government don't understand what we're doing as civil society. So if we could, in Egypt, one of the sessions we had in Egypt was the fact that at the office of the presidency or whichever or prime minister, there is all those that will want to support Egypt. What do they call it? Social corporate responsibility. There's what others have done, but also coordinate to know, oh, okay, these are communities that had expressed needs. So these needs, which organization, whether is a local telco or is a foundation that would, so there should be coordination, there should be synergy, so that there's a fact that when MTN was doing SchoolNet, Ministry of Communication in Nigeria was doing SchoolNet, NCC, Nigerian Communications Commission, was doing SchoolNet. Then another organization will come. So that coordination is not there. If we do it, whether it's capacity building or is pure intervention on infrastructure or trust or cybersecurity, there should be synergy. Digital cooperation at the local level is very, very key. It's only that will help us get these things ongoing, and we'll see results. So I want to support Kosi on that, because it's from government. He will be able to know when we from civil society are making a proposal. That might not be the vision of the government, but if we do a multi-stakeholder thing, if there's a platform to harmonize activities, if there's a platform to synergize, I think we'll go far. That's my intervention for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Moving the floor to Melissa.
So I'll just echo that. Yeah, multi-stakeholder approach. I think we all know that, and it doesn't always work, in all corners of the earth. I want to reflect on something that we, as IBM, did with the government of Cape Verde. So for those of you who may not be familiar with Cape Verde, small island state off of the west coast of Africa. Another location, I forgot that earlier, guys. So 500,000 people, small country. I had an opportunity to meet one of the leaders in one of their ministries at IGF, actually. And he came up to me, this was in Berlin a couple years ago, and he said, I'd love to do something in Cape Verde. Do you know where Cape Verde is? And of course, bring me to Cape Verde. Still haven't went to Cape Verde. That said, we had this conversation around, what could big tech, meaning IBM, what could IBM do to support Cape Verde and the government? And we looked across a number of different areas that they were focused on. Building capacity for youth in the area of digital skills, building capacity in the area of entrepreneurship, looking at early stage entrepreneurs and how can we help them to build and scale. And so we came up with a number of different activities. And yesterday we had a design thinking session, workshop. You can feel free to check it out. And we walked through, how can you replicate this in your corner of the earth? We kicked it off by creating a national day of code. We did that through the Prime Minister, through the Prime Minister's office, through the Ministry of Education, through the Ministry of IT, and their, economic development team. We worked with the Secretary of State, who joined us in our talk yesterday. And it went all the way up to the minister level, and it went down to the teachers, down to the students. We even brought, some famous celebrities who are, role models for young people to say, hey, you might have thought that computer science wasn't for you, young girl living in a village in Cape Verde. It is for you. And no, it's not all about math. And no, it's not too hard for you. And no, it's not for boys. And yeah, you can be an entrepreneur as well. We did this whole entire takeover of the day. We did that in 2019. We replicated it in 2020. And we kicked off a series of hackathons. We did a hackathon around looking at one of the local challenges in the country, tourism. And we worked with the Ministry of Tourism to say, what kind of funding might you have available to provide a local entrepreneur with a really awesome idea? We did capacity building for the startups, taught them how to build pitch stacks, helped them to practice their pitches, talked to them about, why startups fail. We brought in mentors from all over the world to help them look at their ideas, refine, deploy on the cloud. And they ended up with, the winner ended up with a contract, actual money from the Ministry of Tourism to go out and execute their idea. So I think there are many different things that can be done, but it's often a localized solution that is specific for that country. That's what we did in Cape Verde. You can obviously, again, check out the recording if you'd like to learn more, or I'm always happy to engage after, should anyone want to do a National Day of Code or other kind of accommodating activities in collaboration with my team.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, we're now going to open up the floor for questions. We have an online question. I don't know if there's any hands up.
We have some hands up here. So
okay,
the one
let me just
first.
Okay, let me first take the online question, and then we'll move to the questions from the floor.
Okay, then.
Coyote, you have your hand up. Would you like to take the floor?
Yes. This is Kaide from AfICTA Secretariat. We have our summit holding currently, and it is as well broadcasting the IGS session to all the participants. So from the house here, we have Mr. Inye Kemabonta, who is giving his intervention. I would like to post it on the chat, and then if it is possible, I can also read it out to the participants.
Please, can we take our questions first?
Cody, let's just post it to the chat, please, so we can continue with the session. Okay, Mary, can you take a question from the floor? Can you please state your name first, and then the question?
My name is Resma Dongol. I am from Nepal, and I'm information professional. So thank you for this wonderful session, and I'd love to. I'm getting many learnings from this session. Thank you for that, and congratulations to panelists for briefing in detail. Like in my country, I'm far happy that like internet has been more accessible there. Like during this pandemic time, like many students they used to have their classes and assignment online. So many younger children and adults have learned many things through this digitization. So as a information professional, we have to work like 85% in the internet only. Like we have to give bibliographic information, cataloging this all. So there's many I'm happy that Nepal is growing in the internet. So we have we had on September 2019, like Nepal IGF Internet Forum was there in the Kathmandu. So I'm happy that at least Nepal is doing many things in the internet, and we are going in the grassroots level for the capacity building for the children's and for the community people, and we are giving the education for the social medias, and that all who is illiterate then also we are giving their trainings how to use social media, how to get the education, like for the elderly people also how to use, they are far they don't know how to like for the Instagram and for Facebook and LinkedIn, they don't know how to use, but we are giving the trainings. Like I'm the Secretary General of Nepal Library Association also, so we are doing so many social works on that for using the internet to the grassroots level to like all like we are doing massive things. And still I'm happy if IBM will be giving some like trainings for in our country through collaboration with our Ministry of Educations, Nepal Library Associations, and some of my offices. Then it will be like a great achievement for us in Nepal. Thank you.
Sure. So happy to collaborate. We can exchange details afterward. I think I run coding camps and, with my team all over the world. And it's not just about, hey, how do you go out and become a computer scientist? Part of it is emotional intelligence, communication, the basic building blocks of just being online, all the way through to, kind of how do you prepare for the future of work, professional development skills, entrepreneurial thinking. I kind of came up with this little thing called Dr. Sassy's trifecta of skills, but I'm happy to share those with you. And I've got a mobile application that should be coming out in March, so we can talk more about that. Will it be in everyone's dialect? Definitely not, but slowly, step by step with open source technology, perhaps others can help to bring it to the forefront in their corners of the earth.
Thank you very much. Please, just tell us your name and
Okay, sure. So my name is Catherine Richard Kimambo. I'm from Tanzania. I work with a foundation called Basic Internet Foundation, where we connect rural areas with internet. So our major project this year is school connectivity, which is a multi-stakeholder project. We involve the government, we work with mobile network operators, civil society organizations, the likes of content creators, and people who offer digital skills. But my comment rather is on the policy, because we have been a victim of policy for a long time. So I would really disagree with what Mary and Kosi were saying, because for the government, it feels as if we are letting the government off the hook when we say that they have to prioritize maybe something like building the roads or building the classrooms. But when really most development stakeholders, when they come to a country, let's say as Tanzania, they would want to invest in ensuring that rural areas are connected. But for my case in Tanzania, it took us something like 1 full year to have a permit even to go and install. So when we say we want partnership with the government, it could be not only about funding, it could be about the supportive mechanism. What are they putting in place to support people who want to do connectivity in rural areas? I think Nazar can agree with me, because most of the program, even getting a permit to go and install from the government, is a problem. So that also being one of the biggest challenge in terms of policy. I remember we were about to receive donation of devices, and we were heavily taxed as internet service providers. Imagine, because we are receiving a donation of tax. Exactly. So that is the biggest challenge so far, because we are speaking with the Ministry of Education that the program is about education and we're receiving this, we are not making any profit out of it, but still they say this is not our problem, speak with the Ministry of ICT. We go to the Ministry of ICT, speak with the Ministry of Finance. So we are just going around in circles and no one is willing to assist, and the program is donor funded. So I think it's about time for the government themselves to be accountable, that they really are speaking big about connectivity, but they're not doing something on the ground. It's the grassroots organization, that are really suffering from the consequences of policy. And what mechanism are they putting in place? That is my take from this.
It's hard. It's so hard. I can echo that. When I worked at Microsoft, I had 400 laptops that I sent to Tunisia in collaboration with HP. It took me a year to get the contract done. It took me a year to get the contract done. By that time, what device are you on now? The devices are old. And I had to work with the Ministry of IT, the Ministry of ICT, and I had to work with the Customs Bureau. And I had to have contracts with each of them. They didn't talk to one another. It was hard. And then what happened? I got them over there. I went and visited some of the schools. I'm not going to comment on where some of those devices went, but I'm 100% sure they did not always end up into the hands of where they should have been. We've all seen that as well.
Very unfortunate. Yes, can I? Yes.
Okay, we have another question on site.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to add up, especially the tax issue is one area that we relate to. My name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana. Yes, the tax issue is something we really need to look into, because it looks like these days our government are beginning to shift their attention to the digital space. And in my country, for example, now everything about e-government, government want to begin to tax it. As I'm speaking now, Parliament is arguing. The minority is saying no, the majority is saying yes. So they are arguing about this electronic tax and all that. We really need to look at it when it comes to community network. And then I know a lot of people that have called me that if government is able to pass it, then they are going to stop using those digital devices. Already, mobile money platforms are being taxed. And then they want to introduce another tax on mobile money. That means that the sender is going to be taxed. The one receiving the money is also going to be taxed on that same money. So these are issues. Yes, another thing that we also need to look out for is you bringing the machines into the country. And we try to have a partner government, especially Ministry of Communicating, so that we have that tax exempt. And then it's been years now. It's been years now. But then we find our way out. And what we did was try to identify some of the Minister of Parliament. And then we just tell them, we are coming to your constituency to come and do this project. And we need to work with you. Once the MP from Parliament gives that consent, then they own that project as yes, and then they move in and help you, and then that way you'll be able to avoid some of those headaches and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this is what I can even share.
Okay.
Example, I used to work with government in the Ministry of Communication, an agency. You know, in Ghana, we were able to lay fiber cable throughout the whole country, Ghana. That was with the previous government under the leadership of Professor Kwenu. You know, he understands his community things, so we did that. But then, after the previous government leaving, and then a new government coming, and then that is where the issues also started. So you realize that the policy that placed that fiber there was ignored, and then the fiber is lying down, not being utilized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wisdom.
Thank you.
We have a couple of questions from the floor, Mary. If we can go to the online.
Online. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. But before we end, we should allow Kosi to defend himself because he has been challenged.
Okay. Thank you.
But
Kosi, the floor is yours.
Okay, Kosi.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but government is not there to make problem for NGO or private sectors. All thing is process. All the thing is process. When we need to make something with government, we came with all the paper. Sometimes we came only with the paper who can interest government. We don't say all things is outside. Government is supposed to know all because partnership is not free every time. It's not free every time. There are some no deal outside, and you will get it. And after you go to another negotiation, we tell to you, we give you this thing. And do you remember your people get this thing? Do you remember that? Is to let you support us here. Negotiation is not like that. We are looking for negotiation. All the time we are getting something, we are going to the project, we're supposed to have all the information around the project. That is very important for government.
Okay, may I defend myself?
Okay.
That I said the synergy
1 minute.
will be at the highest level, not at the ministries. It should be at the office of the Prime Minister or the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 questions from the online participants. I'd first like to give the floor to India.
Oh, Paul, thank you. I had tried to comment much earlier when you were on the first policy question, but I assume that's past now. You might not be relevant. So, but I typed a bit of what I wanted to speak about. Or would you still want me to talk?
It's fine. Feel free to comment, even on the first policy question. 1 minute.
For the first policy question, yes. I'll try to be brief, even though my texts were quite extensive. And your permission to turn off my video to lessen the pressure on my bandwidth, if you don't mind. Now, fantastic interventions I heard about the first policy question you posed. And it was clear to me that everyone understood the 3 A's: availability, affordability, and accessibility. I thought when I listened to two, if not all the panelists, they hinted at a fourth one, which was content. But I say it should actually be appropriate content. And my point is, I give an example of Nigeria. There are over 150 million phones, almost the population of the whole country. Now, more than half of those phones are feature phones used for texts only. And MTN, against all predictions, as a major service provider, in 6 months, made so much profit, it even shocked them. They made so much profit in 6 months that were anticipated to have been for 5 years. Now, with feature phones and basic connectivity, not internet at all, but with the texting feature, what happened was that a certain need of the people had been served. Now, if we piggyback on that, looking at what the people want to be able to communicate, to connect, using simple feature of text messages. So innovators build solutions around texting so that Nigerians can now do financial transactions using text USSD codes. They can also access some level of educational content, learning content, using USSD codes. So many people are beginning to access financial data, educational material. What is left, therefore, is health material. And someone I know is also building solutions around that too, using ordinary text USSD codes to access doctors, for instance. Now, so what's my point? Appropriate content. I remember that Abo, the president of AfICTA, used a maxim sometime when we spoke. He said, if you want a man to use a pencil, give him a paper to sign. Now, if the objective is to use the internet, that's the tool. So how do you make them use the internet? Now, let's take the paper to represent a check he needs to sign to cash his money. Let's take the paper to mean signing an agreement to give his child scholarship, educational scholarship. Let's take the paper he will sign to mean access to healthcare. Wouldn't he sign it? He would, but he doesn't have a pencil. What you wanted to do was make him use a pencil. But you provide the content you know he's struggling with, he needs. So my recommendation, therefore, is African governments need to understand what they're struggling with, what their real needs are. And I mentioned 3: health, education, and food. Now, if government were to digitize their records and data, innovators will build solutions to create the kind of solutions Nigerians need. I've given the example of the USSD code, which is an innovative intervention that enables Nigerians to transact financially.
Thank you, India.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take 2 more questions, quick, if we can, because we're getting close to the end of this session. And then I just want to give the floor to our panelists just to give a final thought. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. First of all, thank you very much. This was very informative. This is Yusuf Kileo from Tanzania, a cybersecurity and digital forensics investigation expert. Actually, I want to, I heard a lot of people talking of capacity building, spoke of awareness, spoke of challenges that probably the government is taxing this, is doing that. And I've heard also the story of misusing social media platforms, not being used to brand people, not to use them to brand themselves and so on. So my comment, briefly, I would say that our African countries, most of the challenge that we experience today is because of a few things, but three major problems that we have. The first one is that we mostly experience a lot of people with wrong skill sets sitting in the right places. As a result, you find these people are not really sure of what they want when it comes to ICT, internet governance, and so on. They do not really know how to push this agenda of ICT forward. As a result, you see we have things in Africa that probably are coming up or to citizens, and unfortunately, the same people start complaining that we are not really doing our things properly. So we have this as one of the very huge challenge. But second thing is that people in our African country and globally at large lack awareness. And when I say awareness, I mean that people are not aware that these are the things that the internet can be beneficial to us in this particular area, and so on and so on. Only thing that they see is that probably if you use the internet, you may it's there only for entertainment, utilize it in the wrong way, publishing wrong things, and doing things that they're probably not supposed to be done through internet. And they end up abusing the internet. So lack of awareness. And that's why I normally call upon governments from different countries to make sure that at least they push this agenda of teaching our people or raising awareness to our people to understand that internet has a lot of benefits. One can utilize it to make money. One can utilize it to simplify things that they're doing, for example, communications, doing different activities and so on. But in addition, another challenge that I've seen in most of our African countries, we really don't pay much attention when it comes to capacity building. Our people lack of knowledge. They really don't know things that they don't really acquire knowledge that we currently need for us to progress as nations in Africa. And of course, these happen to be a problem globally as well. So I would call upon these three things. And of course, I've heard the story of collaboration. I've seen that different countries have similar problem where you go to a country, you find we have a lot of institutions. I've heard the lady from Nigeria, I believe, from the panelist, she mentioned about not collaborating from one point to another. So you find different institutions within the government, they don't really collaborate, they don't really share intelligence, share information. As a result, you see things are not moving the way we expect them to move. So this is something that I really call upon people that are attending this particular workshop to go out with. For example, I hope that when you go back to our countries to make sure that country now, institution now will collaborate. Collaboration will be increased. We have to do the reforms to make sure that we put the right skill set to the right places, people who have will and wants to do these particular jobs of ICT to make sure that our ICT is moving, and also to raise awareness and to keep on providing knowledge, capacity building to our people so that we can meet the needed target when these things are needed to be reached some places. This is what I wanted to contribute from the discussion that I've heard. And I believe that it will be impactful and people can be able to go back and implement this to bring changes to our countries and to stop complaining different things. Instead, we need to get things done and make these things moving the way we want them to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. We're coming close to the end. I want to give the floor to Yusuf Ahmed, who's been waiting patiently online. Yusuf?
All right. Good morning, everyone. From this side of the, yes, okay. Yeah, mine would just be a kind of a comment and submission to what we have been saying. A whole lot of people have spoken my mind, but I just want to bring out a few points whereby I think that in Africa mostly, we have a big challenge, which if not targeted, if not properly dealt with, we might just be doing a lot of talk around without getting the necessary actions in place. And I kind of think that government has a major role to play. Most often, I would say in Africa, there's an iota of fear with government, which is a fear of allowing people to understand what the benefit of internet it really is. Because mostly when you talk about people having access to internet, that is having access to what really better their life, having access to how best they can do things, going against the primitive way of doing things, a better way of doing things. But there's this fear of replacement that cuts across government institutions, whereby a whole lot of people think that, okay, yes, by the time that digital technology comes into play in the government sector, a whole lot of people might have to lose their jobs because they may have to be replaced with digital experiences, whereby people really don't want to learn and sink into what we have today. That is the world of today, which also can cut across fear of freedom. Freedom of, okay, a lot of people are being disenfranchised from getting this. I cannot think that it's a bit strategic for African leaders that are trying to make sure that a whole lot of people do not get access to the internet. Yes, and there needs to be a political will for it to work. Smart laws need to be put in place. We need to look for a very bold legislators that have to put legislation in place to make sure that all of these laws support what we are talking about. And because most laws, for instance, most laws in Africa, in context of my own country, if you look at it side by side, pari passu, you would realize that most laws are targeted at generating revenue rather than going to the core of what they really should be. So I would just enjoy everyone that is in the government corridor, most especially in Africa, that it is the time for us to put away all sense of bias and make sure that we make internet accessible and approach and embrace the digital inclusiveness across board, so that the future generation will be happy about it. A whole lot of dreams have been shattered due to the political will from that top, and it cuts across every strata. When I say every strata, from the federal to the state to the local government. So I cannot think that it is high time that something is done about that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. I wish we had more time to continue this discussion, but we are right at the last couple of minutes. I don't know how the session will end, whether we get cut off, but I just want to give each of our panelists just 1 minute just to give a last passing thought. And I'd like to start with Kosi, if I may. Kosi, just 1 minute just to give a last thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Government need to have everybody on the board. We're supposed to collaborate and make the thing for our citizens. When we are talking about content, it's not to go to the social media. Social media is not the content for us. Content for us is the thing we can do for our education, for our health, for our agriculture, and so on that. Or our culture, we're supposed to let the world know our culture. Our culture in Africa, me, I'm from Benin, Behanze country. I know, let people know Behanze. Who is Behanze? What thing they do for the world? It's important for me. We're supposed to make all this together. Thank you.
Okay, I've been told we have 1 minute left. I just want to give the floor to Joanna.
Thank you very much. I'm honored and humbled. Just thank you for having me. And just to commiserate with those who have been complaining about the quality of engagement, it's not just an African issue. We struggle with this across the board. So brainstorming sessions like this, I believe, are highly useful. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you for having me. And I regret not being able to catch up on those coffee conversations that you guys will be having later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. And then Issa, online, just in case we get cut off online. Issa,
thank you very much. I must say that, like other speakers said, there is need for collaboration between government, the private sector, and the NGO, and that government has a very key role to play in terms of driving universal access, the way it was done in Nigeria with the establishment of the institutions, Nigerian Communication Commission, the NIDA to do the policy, which at the moment has driven the 3G and the 4G technology in terms of mobile access. And another key thing that I want to say is that government must come online. By coming online, putting services online, it will drive traffic and it will ensure that citizens access the internet in order to access government services. Another key thing that I would like to say is this content development. We must build capacity in terms of content development. It's very critical, and we must utilize the cloud technology that is available to create awareness for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Issa. I'm going to hand the floor to Mary and Melissa to close out there in case we get cut off. And thank you everybody for joining, just in case we get disconnected.
I just want
turn it into actual action, actual impact. So maybe next year we can continue this conversation by bringing impacted individuals who
Hi everyone. Going for very brief break, 10 minutes. At the top of the hour, we'll start the next panel session.
Enigiemand wat video's kyk, sny hulle.
So I missed the last. Are we taking a 5-minute break?
Yes, we are,
Yes,
we are going to resume at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Let's wait until 2 o'clock. Then at 2 o'clock, we'll start with our program. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
2 o'clock South Africa, 1 o'clock Nigeria.
Oh, sorry for that. Yes, 1 o'clock Nigeria, and then UTC is 12 o'clock. Welcome back, colleagues. I hope you enjoyed the workshop. It was really engaging, and we highly appreciate your input into the workshop as it actually assists us in getting solutions moving on into our into our respective areas. We actually learn a lot from the engagements and what you actually do advise with these sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we do have in our midst, and I would like to welcome Mr. Mohammed Ruthman from Nigeria Internet Registration Association. He's one of our keynote speakers. We have decided to put him on as a first speaker to come through before we proceed with our session. May I give him a podium just to address us on this keynote? Mr. Mohammed, can you please come through?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was actually just on a listening mode, and I heard you call my name while I was on a phone call. Yes, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. Yes. What do you want me to do? Sorry.
You can go ahead with your keynote address, sir.
Oh, is it keynote address? I thought I'm on a panel session today.
Oh, okay. Then we can then proceed, because I think you were part of the keynote speakers that were scheduled, but it is still okay. You don't have to be stressed about that.
No. It's
good you are here.
I'm not aware of that, so honestly, I'm not. So
that's okay. It's
yeah,
okay.
but if you want me to say something, I can say something and say it's fine.
Please go. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So delighted to be here, and I have seen. In fact, I joined early to listen to the earlier session with a lot of contributions from speakers all over the world. It has been fantastic, and it's just to show that AfICTA has been there, and this is your 9th year consecutively. You have done it most of the time physically because of COVID. You are doing it fantastically well online now and virtually. And I would love to say that continue with all these efforts, trying to bring the continent together. At least let's see how we can collaborate, because the only way forward is through collaboration, and such a platform like AfICTA, can bring collaboration across African ICT terrain, and we'll see how we can work together to move Africa to the next level when it comes to internet access. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated for those warm and wise words. We highly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Our next session will then proceed to our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion. It will be moderated by Yolandi Exner. It's on digital literacy, the bedrock for bridging digital divide in Africa. I hope you will enjoy and you will engage. There was a lot of talk around capacity building and a lot of engagement around that. Over to you, Yolandi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thabo. And I'll just do a quick sound check. So Thabo, can I just ask you to confirm whether you can hear me? Because this seems to be as I said in my previous discussions, this is always how we start the conversation. Can you hear me and can you see me?
I can confirm that I can see you, and I can also confirm I can hear you clear. Thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank AfICTA as well as the organizers for organizing this event. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to attend some of the sessions, but from what I can hear and what I'm seeing from the chats going on behind the scenes, it sounds like it's an absolute success. So it gives me great honor, and it's a huge privilege to be sharing this virtual platform with such renowned women. I don't know how many other other sessions have got a panel of such amazing women, and it's all women. So let me just put this out there. So thank you very much for agreeing to speak. And I'm going to do a brief introduction on my various panel speakers. Or panelists, some of which have a presentation prepared, and others who will just be addressing some of the questions that is being addressed by myself as well as the audience. So please, let's be engaging. Let's not be shy. Let's ask those burning questions that we might have. And so without further ado, let me kick off. As Thabo has mentioned, this session is around digital literacy, the bedrock for bridging digital divide in Africa. While I was preparing for just some opening remarks around the speech or around this session, I was reminded that I am very privileged. We're living in a digital age where information is literally at the tip of our fingers. I mean, how wonderful is that? Every time you're not feeling well, what do? We don't phone our doctor. We jump onto Dr. Google and we have a look at what our symptoms are and whether we actually have picked up some odd disease or whether we've just, stumped our toe on the door and we need a little paracetamol to clear that up. I cannot remember when last I was in a physical library. I mean, I'm talking about my community library where I walk in, have a look at all the books, take in all the sites, smell it, touch it, feel it. Without giving my age away, I think the last time I was in a physical library was when I was at school. We are really so fortunate now because all the information that we need is available on the internet. I'm an avid reader, so I do love to read. I'm always reading from anything fiction, nonfiction, but I don't have the patience to wait until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when the bookstores open because I want to sit on my Amazon Kindle and download the book immediately. One of my colleagues, whenever I chat to her, she also, and we're talking about we're talking about all sorts of things and technology. And her favorite saying is there an app for that? because there's an app for everything. If you want to learn how to do anything, or if you want to learn a new language, there's an app for that. Also, just a little anecdote, I'm not a good cook, so I'm really not a domestic goddess. I'm very, very bad in the kitchen, but I decided to buy myself an appliance the other day, and guess what? It doesn't come with a manual. A lot of the manufacturers now have decided paper, it's not worth printing manuals on paper. Just jump onto the internet, download your manual, and Bob's your uncle, off you go. Literally information is at our fingertips. So as I said, I'm very fortunate, but there are those that do not have the requisite skills, abilities, or materials, or the means to obtain efficient access to information, to interpret it, and to apply it appropriately. We need to find ways to address information poverty and provide access to the knowledge economy. So joining me today, as I said, I have a esteemed panel of amazing women in IT. And I have Melissa Sassy, and I think Melissa Sassy is joining us. I don't know. Hi, Melissa. So, Melissa, I have to just tell you, I really love your surname. I don't know if you get teased a lot, but I just love Sassy, because when I see you, and I was very fortunate to have seen you present at yesterday's engagement, you really look like a sassy person. A lot of energy, a lot of spunk. Fantastic. So just a brief introduction. I just want to pull up Melissa's bio very quickly. But what I really love about Melissa's bio, and even when she introduces herself, she calls herself the Chief Penguin. Absolutely love it. She's a tech startup change maker. She's a startup accelerator advisor, digital inclusion advocate, youth empowerment enabler, founder and CEO, and of course, as I said, one sassy individual. Dr. Sassy is also chair of the IEEE's Digital Skills and Readiness Working Group. Her work led to the creation of the world's first global framework and definition of digital skills that was adopted into an industry-recognized IEEE standard. Dr. Sassy's doctoral research focuses on the digital inclusion of underserved and underrepresented communities, and the ties that access, skills, and utilization of technology have on driving meaningful use of the internet, including increasing education, economic, and healthcare outcomes. All I can say is, wow. Well, welcome, Melissa. Melissa, I'm not sure if you have any presentation or discussion prepared for us today. I
got a few things.
Fantastic. So before I give the platform to you, I'd like to just introduce our other panel speakers. And the next that we have is Dr. Garda Bahig. Again, I had the privilege of sharing the platform with Dr. Bahig previously. She's an engineering director, mentor at Siemens Business. Dr. Garda Bahig manages the delivery of reference to IoT and digital transformation solutions using Siemens, MindSphere, and factory automation products. Dr. Bahig has more than 22 years of experience in delivering and architecting innovative solutions within Mentor Graphics and Siemens DI following the acquisition. Dr. Gard is very passionate in generating and improving business to the extreme potential via IoT and AI. She has numerous publications in IEEE and ACM conferences, as well as journals. Prior to joining Siemens DI, Dr. Garda worked at Nortel Networks Canada, where she was a main contributor to helping Nortel with new technological endeavors. She's also currently an adjunct professor at the American University in Cairo. Gara holds a bachelor, master's, and PhD of science from the American University in Cairo. She's also a Tech Woman Fellow, which was an initiative launched by the US Department of State's Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs to empower, connect, and support the next generation and women leaders in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I want to say, welcome, Dr. Bahik. I look forward to our engagement in a moment. And then we also on the line have Dr. Listen to me, Sonia. I've just promoted you to a doctor. We've got Sonia Kutsa. Sonia fell into IT over 25 years ago and had her first exposure to the love of her life when she met Windows 3.1. Sonia, you have to edit that. You're really giving your age away here. She grasped the don't worry, I also fell in love with Windows 3.1. She grasped the infinite power of ICT products and solutions could offer to change lives for the better, and of course, like any other marriage, for the worse. Sonia is passionate about IT and in particular Microsoft, and will take every moment and opportunity to apply it to her everyday life and customers' environment. By nature, Sonia is a sales specialist, and after a long stint as our solutions advocate at the company, she's now responsible for the next phase of Salt's business growth as the managing director of Salt Essential Information Technology, a Namibian-based ICT provider. So Sonia and I are neighbors because I'm based in South Africa. And it was also an honor and a privilege to share the platform with Sonia on a previous occasion. I know I do have another panel speaker who is supposed to join us today, but I'm not seeing her on the line. I think once she joins, I will introduce her, but I think let me take this opportunity again to thank everybody, thank the panelists, and Melissa. Ms. Sassy, would you like to, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to just share my screen. And can you remind me exactly how much time I have so that I don't blab on too much?
Dr. Sassy, you've got about 10 or 15 minutes. We are quite flexible in terms of time. So if I feel that you are blabbing too long, I'll show my face and I'll just do a friendly timeout.
Super. I'm able to be managed, or at least I think I am. I don't know if my previous managers may agree, but that's a conversation for another day. All right. So
awesome.
What I wanted to talk about today is really, kind of looking at what I call Dr. Sassy's trifecta of skills. And, I don't think this is, I call it that just for fun. But, in reality, a lot of this stuff, you'll find on different lists around, what does it mean to be prepared for the future of work? And, I think when we talk about meaningful connectivity and we talk about digital skills, I think those are important. And we'll talk about that and what that means, in terms of the IEEE, in terms of my work, in terms of where that, came from. But I think there's also this wider gamut of things that we all need to have when it comes to using internet connectivity in a meaningful way. And when it comes to how do we all be prepared for the future of work, both young and not so young. So for those of you who, don't know me, I know I've had a sassy introduction just now. And for those of you who do know me, you know that I live up to my name. Sassy, for those of you who are not familiar with where that comes from, my children are half Tunisian, and I was married to a Tunisian, and we're not together anymore. However, once you acquire a last name like that, which does happen to be Tunisian, and I know sometimes the Tunisians and the Libyans and the Italians often argue over who it came from, where it came from. We'll put that aside for now. I think it's kind of like having that conversation between Nigerians and Ghanaians and people from Senegalese around who makes the best jollof rice. I'm going to leave that there too, because I know that's super controversial. For those of you who are on Twitter, you can find me at Mentor Africa with a K. So for me, I'm
I'm both an and an or, and I spoke about this in our IGF session when, one of the questions was posed around, should it be connectivity or content? Obviously it should be both. You can't necessarily have one without the other. And it's kind of obviously a chicken and egg scenario. But for me, I'm an entrepreneur. I innovate inside of IBM. I'm a scrappy CEO inside of IBM for my own little business where I run a startup accelerator that is all about enabling early entrepreneurs to build and scale and create local solutions that are driving meaningful access to the internet. And this is in fintech and health tech, insurtech, ed tech, looking at financial inclusion and different aspects of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I'm also an entrepreneur. For those of you who know, I have my own co-working space, robotics lab, and IoT lab in North Africa, in Tunisia, where we've taught tens of thousands of young people to code. Huge digital skills advocate, volunteer, writer, speaker, and passionate about youth, as you've heard. Also big on making sure that as I'm approaching anything in my life, it's about making the impossible possible. I'm a reformed perfectionist. I used to always strive for perfection, and I didn't realize I was doing it, but what I realized is I'd often end up disappointed in my results and thought, I should have done this, I should have done that. That wasn't good enough. And I've kind of realized that as I continue on in my future and as I continue to prepare myself and those around me, my community, my family, my friends, my mentees, my mentors for the future of work, I have to recognize that sometimes good is good enough. I've also got this thing that I call a Thrive Hive, and that's looking at who are my cheerleaders that I need when I'm feeling like an imposter, when I'm feeling like I don't belong, or wow, I'm not enough of a developer or an engineer in big tech compared to others around me, or I, might be feeling like I'm not smart enough or I'm not good enough to be where I am. So forget about all that for a second. You've heard enough about me. I think we're all, worried about, the future of work, and we know there are, lots of different things that are impacting what the future is going to look like as we continue to transform digitally, as more people continue to get access to the internet, as we think about the role of AI and machine learning and data and analytics. We know that a lot of jobs haven't even been invented yet, and those inventions can come from anyone, anywhere, as long as they have that right enabling ecosystem, access to funding and mentorship and role models, content and curriculum, in local languages. But how do you make yourself, future ready? What does that look like? I read something recently and I got a good chuckle out of it, because I think most of us who are involved in the connectivity space or the digital inclusion space, we're so focused on how do we get people connected to the internet and how do we make sure that they're making meaningful use of the internet. Whereas you've got kind of like the Elon Musks of the world thinking about this far distant altruistic future, where you've got this like friendly AI buddy that's helping you live your life and you're out floating around in the Milky Way. We're not going to talk about that yet, because we all know from the work that we do on the continent that that's such a far distant future that we've got, real problems, real challenges to solve right now that could impact, our family, our friends, and those around us today. So, all right. What are those, those skills that I mentioned? First is digital skills and readiness. Second thing is professional development skills. I like to call professional development skills habitudes. So habits and attitudes, habitudes, instead of professional development skills or soft skills. But I put it here because I'm still getting people used to this word habitudes. And then this third thing is entrepreneurial thinking. So when I say digital skills and readiness, what does that mean? And I think it's important for us all to level set around when we're going out and empowering or enabling or teaching or educating or whatever it is we're doing, whether it's us sharing our skills forward in the classroom, whether it's through informal education, or it's just through peer-to-peer learning, or what do we pass along to our kids? What are those things that we need to be passing along? I've got a checklist for you. You can find out more about this through the IEEE standard that was endorsed last year. It comes from a nonprofit based out of Singapore called the DQ Institute. And I call this the, kind of this eight skills kind of like a wheel of competencies. And imagine that each of these 8 things on this wheel, you dial them up and down, depending upon your interest level, depending upon what you're trying to do. Now, my goal, whether that's Melissa, whether it's IBM, whether that's Mentor Nations, or any hat that I wear, is how do I move individuals and communities and countries from being consumers of technology into creators, makers, and doers empowered by technology. And again, that means outcomes, economic independence, good quality healthcare, agricultural outcomes, educational outcomes, all right? But at the basic level, and imagine you got 3 tiers. Basic level, meaning you're a consumer. Second tier of, let's say, capacity building or level of experience, if you will, would be you're building stuff. It could be you're building a technical solution. And then the third tier, kind of the, ultimate of ultimate, skills, is that you're sharing, you not only are a good consumer, you're able to build things, but you're also sharing your skills forward. You're teaching others, you're enabling others, you're influencing others. You're maybe a thought leader, okay? So first one is your identity. We all know that your online identity is connected to your offline identity. Your personal brand is super important. You need to be creating content. It's not just about looking and seeing what everybody else is doing. You've got to control your own identity, to control how others see you, think about you, and talk about you when you're not in the room. How do you do that? Social media, your own website, collaborating with others, doing talks just like this, or, other events. Digital use. Do you have healthy habits online? Are you staying online too much? Are you doing things you shouldn't be doing? How is that impacting your mental, your physical health, your financial health? I kind of put safety and security together, but are you being safe online? I know we all have different, definitions of what safety looks like. For me, I might feel comfortable checking in at IGF in Poland at a specific restaurant. Some places I go, I may do it afterward because I may not be as safe and secure. Other aspects of that includes, what should I share online? All right. Who should I share it with? What kind of personally identifiable information should I share? Should I not share? How do I make sure that I'm clicking on the right things or not clicking? How do I make sure that I'm sharing, taking control of what data I have of others? Because remember, all of this is not just about being a consumer, but at some point we have a job. We're protecting company assets. We're protecting customer assets. What kind of training do we have? What kind of tools and technology do we have to prevent us from making mistakes by accident or on purpose? Emotional intelligence. How do we make sure that we have good relationships online? How do we control and regulate our emotions? How do we identify the emotions in others? How do we have crucial conversations when we need to? When do we report? Again, that connects to safety and security. When do we not report? How do we report? When do we back down? When is a relationship unhealthy online? Communication is a good example of communication. We are on a Zoom call. We're all over the world. We're in different parts of the world. We're communicating. Content creation, perfect example of communication, getting the word out. Media literacy comes into play. How do I make sure that I understand what should I communicate? How do I decipher what's in front of me? What's real? What's fake? What's misinformation? What's disinformation? What is scholarly data? What's reputable, reliable? Literacy. I can't forget coding, computer science, machine learning, artificial intelligence. And again, a lot of this is also, how do you be productive online? Again, how do you consume? How do you produce? How do you teach and influence others? Last one, but not, I shouldn't say last but not least, are your rights. When it comes to your intellectual property, your ability to have a voice, free speech. Obviously, that's often challenged in many, many parts of the world. This is a high-level overview of what it means to be digitally skilled and ready. And again, dialing skills up and down. I believe that everyone should understand the basic building blocks of learning to code. Not everyone should be a mobile application developer or a web developer or a computer scientist or a data scientist, but we should all understand the basic building blocks of what it means to code, what it means to be a data scientist, what sits behind the scenes. All right, professional development, skill number 2. These are going to seem like pretty basic stuff, but they're hard. Critical thinking. How do we think through data? Again, reputable, reliable, trustworthy data. How do we solve problems using that data, using objectivity? How do we collaborate with others? How do we think about teaming with others? How do we adapt to change? Lots of change these days. How do we persuade others? How do we influence others? Influence up and down and across. How do we think about our brand? I mentioned this early. Personal branding is huge. Who are we? What are we? What are our superpowers? What makes us special? All of us have something that makes us special. How do we bring our audience to life? How do we make people feel special and emotionally connected to the stories that we're telling? So they're like, yes, I want to work with you. I know who you are. You're transparent. You're clear. You told me a great story that makes me want to work with you. It was impactful. I saw the work that you're doing. You brought it to life. Emotional intelligence. We mentioned that on the digital side of things. It's so important. None of us want to yell at our boss. None of us want our boss to yell at us. How do we make sure that we're recognizing those sensitive emotions in others, helping to diffuse situations when necessary? How do we make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and being mindful? We can't go out and do the thing if we're not healthy up here. All right. All right. Lastly, entrepreneurial thinking. I don't care if you never want to be a founder and CEO. I don't care if you never want to be an entrepreneur. You need to be able to think like an entrepreneur to survive, to thrive in the future, in the digital economy. And that means being innovative and creative, looking to connect the unconnected, make the impossible possible. You need to implement design thinking. That means empathizing with your audience, understanding their pain points, their aspirations, their joys, putting yourself into their shoes, being able to prioritize. What do I put on top? What do I put on bottom? Who do I focus on? It's hard. I suck at this. I still try. I'm going to continue to suck for a long time. Growth mindset. You're going to fail. How do you accept that failure and move on and know, you know what? I may have failed, but I learned. But again, doesn't have to be perfect. Sometimes good is good enough. How do you pitch? How do you pitch new ideas? Especially if you're an entrepreneur. But even if you're an entrepreneur, you still have to pitch new ideas. How do you pitch like a pro? How do you motivate yourself to get out of bed, to recognize your superpower, to do the thing every single day and not have somebody else come and wake you up to remind you why you're doing the thing? Throughout all of that, you've got to have resilience and recognize that, sometimes things suck. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes you fail at so many different things, and you still have to remain resilient. And sometimes everybody in the room is going to be smarter than you. How do you wake up, not feel like everyone in the room is smarter than you, and look around and say, you know what, I've got some superpowers. I might not be able to code my way out of a cardboard box. I might not know how to build implement a wireless connectivity solution in a rural community. But you know what? I can bring communities together, and here are the things I'm good at. Your things that you're good at might be different. Sometimes you got to imposter a little bit and feel okay with that. So I've reviewed a few different things. I think this will hopefully, give you a nice checklist to be prepared for the future of work. I'll send out a link in case anyone wants to have this checklist. Where can you go to learn a lot of these things? Your trusty internet. A lot of it's there. Look for these buzzwords. You can find things on Udemy, on LinkedIn, on Coursera, and other free platforms. I write a lot about a lot of these things, and I run a lot of events on each of these topics. So you're always more than welcome to join anything that I'm working on. So again, I'm Dr. Melissa Sassy, your Chief Penguin of IBMC. And again, you can find me on Twitter at Mentor Africa with a K. I hope that wasn't too long, and I hope I didn't put anyone to sleep.
Melissa, it was absolutely spot on. It was very, very thought-provoking, very insightful. Unfortunately, I cannot write that fast. So I certainly hope you are going to share that link with us, because I cannot wait to go and download all those things, because I'm
I'll
on
share the
the
slides.
road to being a superhuman.
Yeah, I'll share the slides. I've got them out on SlideShare somewhere. So while the next person is chatting, I will grab the slides. But you'll all have them by the time we finish today. And I'm always happy to have sidebars if we don't get to everything today.
Absolutely. You know, it always makes me think, you know, the more you know, the less you know. And certainly you've opened up my eyes today in terms of me, certainly myself, how much I need to learn. All right. Thank you, Melissa, for that. And we will continue with our next speaker. So I will ask Sonia to put on her camera and her mic. And Sonia, the virtual platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, Yolandi. This is a huge shoes to fill, you know, to follow on. So when the topic digital literacy, the bedrock of bridging digital divide in Africa, was shared with us quite some time ago, the first thing that came to mind for me was Maslow's 1943 hierarchy of needs. It might be slightly flawed, but it has relevancy to this topic today. Digital literacy has many interpreted definitions. One that is most relevant to the discussion here today is having the skills you need to live, learn, and work in society where communication and access to information is increasingly through digital technologies like internet platforms, social media, and mobile devices. Whether in an over or sparsely populated country, Africa struggles with literacy in general. Once governments understand that real investment needs to be done in education, we will be a step closer to realize digital literacy. If a person is deprived of 30% of the 11 weighted indicators grouped under the 3 dimensions of education, health, and living standards, they are considered multidimensionally poor. According to the 2021 report by the Namibia Statistics Agency, multidimensional poverty was determined to affect 43% of Namibians, with Namibia ranking 113th on the list of the most expensive countries to live in, with the low end of people living on as little as $1.90 per day, and in the upper end of $5.50 per day. It makes you think. The first inequality in digital literacy in Namibia starts before we talk digital literacy. The first inequality is the teacher to learner ratio, where in Namibia the ratio is 24,660 teachers for an estimated 617,827 learners. Thus, a ratio of 0.03 teachers per each child. A third of Namibian children miss school because of the feeding programs that is failing, or often there are no transport to reach schools. An estimated 55,000 Namibian school-going children doesn't even have school shoes. With 1,723 primary and secondary schools in Namibia, of which 119 are private, the educational divide and inequality increases as many schools in Namibia doesn't even have running water and electricity, let alone internet access. Unless government regulates the private sector and tech philanthropic organizations take hands and find realistic solutions that are affordable to address the ever-increasing educational poverty. We will not be able to address digital literacy to raise the standards of education and deliver the future leaders of Namibia, Africa, and the world. If the purpose of education is the integral development of a person through academic achievement, character and mindset development, as well as social cohesion and equality, a source of its obvious benefits for a fuller and better life. Education can contribute to the betterment of society as a whole. It develops a society in which people are aware of their rights and duties. Then only digital literacy is the tool to achieve this. Through this, educational poverty can be eradicated. Thus, in future, driven by the fourth and emerging fifth industrial revolution, digital literacy will be at the heart of education and the focal point of the modern era. Thank you for the opportunity, Yolandi. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Wow, you do paint quite a bit of a bleak picture in terms of what's happening in your respective region, being Namibia. And I do hope that it's through engagement such as what we're having today and through collaboration and partnership, we could find ways in which to assist with policy development and lessons that are being learned and try and improve the state of affairs in terms of what's happening. Because indeed, if one doesn't even have school shoes, how could we expect, and in Africa or in South Africa, let me not generalize, in South Africa it goes as bad as saying, well, we don't even have decent ablution facilities for our learners. How could we expect digital literacy to be, how could we embrace it if we don't even have the basics right? So hopefully we can continue those discussions. Thank you very much for that, Sonia. So I'd like to our other panelist has joined us now. So I'd like to welcome her. And my apologies, Doctor, if I get your name wrong. I'm going to try my very, very best. And you feel free to jump in and correct me. It's Dr. Omuwunmi Hassan. I hope I have that right. Is an IT professional per excellence. She evaluated the Nigerians' information technology policy of 2001 in her PhD research, with her results as a major input to the reform and convergence of the major ICT institutions in the country, thereby culminating into and communications technology ministry in Nigeria today. Dr. Hassan, I hope I didn't butcher your name, and perhaps please use this opportunity to correct me. And if you would like to just say a few words before I do open the panel for further deliberation and discussion. Welcome, Dr. Hassan.
Thank you. Good afternoon from here. And I really think you tried. My name is actually well pronounced, Omowume. You really tried. Thank you so much. So nice being here. I want to count it a privilege and an opportunity to be speaking at this very auspicious event. And I want to appreciate all of the organizers and those who deem it fit to have me to be a part of this beautiful discussion. Listening to Melissa and all of those great concepts about digital literacy is very fascinating to know. And I'm very thankful that she was able to open it up and look at various dimensions that digital literacy, involves. If I have your permission, can I continue?
Please proceed. Please.
Great. So I just want to add to the previous speakers by saying that one of the things I feel we should be looking at around this area, especially from Nigeria, is the issues around digital inclusion. And I'm trying to define that when I look into digital literacy today, quite a lot is being done in Nigeria, for instance. And I look at it as the social, the economical, and technological development. So it's beyond systems. It's becoming something different. And for most of the interventions that we have seen in Nigeria, we realized that to get a whole lot of people, we are so many, about 200 million people, to be digital literate, it looks cumbersome. And you need to adopt several strategies to be able to get this access or usage or communications and the rest onto the people. So one of the very foremost that I think has been well adopted is in the social space. We realize that many Nigerians, for the kind of cultural backgrounds that we have, we really have a lot of social interactions. We have family-related issues and cultural issues, that makes people to come together. And somehow, literacy in digital space is beginning to help, because even when you talk to the very aged ones from 70 years and above, they can actually, even though they can't read and write, but they can pick their phones and know who is talking to them. They can call whoever they need to call. And that's very impressive. And somehow, the opportunity that we have to have the GSM has really paved the way for the primary level, let me put it that way, of digital literacy. And even when you think people cannot type the computer, but the fact that they can press their phones and send SMS and do WhatsApp and some of those social things they do, Facebook, and you just be amazed at several within different age strata of the community, of the society, that are already doing all of this. I think the area that was a little bit of challenge, like the last speaker spoke about, was on education. And so we looked at the issues around education, and I'm aware that in Nigeria, just about a year ago, the Ministry of Education actually came up with a policy on ICT for education. And that was very impressive, a whole lot of multi-stakeholders gathering to look at how do we deliberately, put a new policy in place to drive ICT in education. Initially, I remember that document, because I was part of the review, was actually looking into the formal education. But we realized that for a country like ours in Nigeria, we have quite a lot of the elites and their children in many of the private schools, either from primary to secondary or tertiary education. And so the level of literacy in terms of IT and technological use is quite, let me put it like high, to those who are in the public schools. So there was a dichotomy of how do we ensure that this policy is cross-cutting across every cadre of education, and then even to the informal sector, because when you look at what happens today across Nigeria, you will see that guys who are actually not educated, perhaps not have gone through the 4 walls of the university, are the ones that are into most of the hardware sector, and they are doing quite well. They are the support that we have. And the huge success that Nigeria can count in technological development, I can say majority of that is coming from the informal sector. So the question around digital literacy for me, and I think for us in Nigeria, is around building skills that cross across the town and the gown, whereby we can have a knowledge exchange And when we talk about knowledge exchange, we're looking at those of us who are professors, who went to the universities. Because one of the challenges that we have in the educational sector in Nigeria is that a lot of our graduates are very good with the theories, they know so much, but to produce the technology is a big challenge. And so we had to go into skill learning, and I'm very proud that the Honorable Minister of Communications deliberately about last year or 2 years ago, put a voice about digital skills. In other words, it's not just to celebrate your certificate, but you must have the skills to do technology. And that brings me to the inclusion around technological development. And this is very important to us because when people talk to me, and then from what I do with the NGO and so many of the interventions I have seen that we deliberately did a project about 2 years ago for women, and we call it the She Will Connect. She Will Connect was supported by Intel, of West Africa, coordinated from the US, and quite a few NGOs were involved, and all they were interested in is to see many women who probably have no opportunity of being in school, who would naturally not think of using computer or any digital thing to enhance their businesses. And within a couple of weeks and months, we saw many of them who were doing menial jobs be interested in digital literacy because they were able to learn how to put their businesses online, and they were attracting customers. And that was very interesting. And today we celebrate that some of them are going to read computer science in the university because they got interested. So we see that the skills for digital literacy needs to be taken in different forms, depending on the community, depending on the society. And there is no rocket science thing about it. For me, working in the NGO sector of the IT digital space for the last 17 years, I've seen that quite a lot of people, even the elites, the academia, they have different needs in the digital literacy platform. And so we need to look for a way to address those needs. Recently, we began to look into building skills in hardware development, and that's becoming very interesting. And one of the things I see is that even with artificial intelligence, we try to create robots. The question is that when there was lockdown and the COVID was all staring at everybody around the world, how do we get some of these materials, the hardware in? So we need to look inwards. We need to begin to do, a retrospect of learning, relearning, and then understanding what should we do to do some things, to build some hardware that can solve our problem. And I really think that for Nigeria, this is a space we can be for now. I've listened to so many speakers who have talked about the fintech and the rest. But for us in Africa, the fintech is not our companies. Many of them are companies that are being given to us as a franchise. And so they are not registered in Nigeria, for instance. And so when it talks about, in terms of GDP and the rest, we are not getting anything. Yes, for the local and many of the suburban, beneficiaries, they are making money, they are getting better financially. But if you look at it for development, it's a big issue that we need to consider because most of those companies are not even ours. And so one of the things I want to lay emphasis on, which is very germane in terms of digital literacy, is to see how we can make things happen across Nigeria, across Africa, and several others with what I call knowledge exchange. We want to learn from our counterparts from the West and then develop, critical capabilities in how to produce, some of those equipment, some of the hardware. Today we have organizations trying to do social inclusion and digital inclusion, and they give computers to school, they give computers to everywhere. At the end of the day, the computers are locked up because nobody knows how to use them. So again, we need to just look beyond the equipment, but how to manufacture them. Because if you give the young boy in school or in primary, secondary, and university the privilege to creating a laptop, to producing any device for that matter, he will be very interested to use it, to see its effects and all of that. So again, I want to see so much of that. We are actually focusing on that in my organization, and we have a tech hub that is looking at how do we see some of these assembly lines of technologies being developed as a skill set in digital literacy. So I really feel that with artificial intelligence, with a lot of things, that I remember a few months back, we hosted a meeting where we had, some robotics designed and developed. And it was very interesting. The women at the Tech Women's Week that we just finished were so excited to produce solar bulbs, to produce solar panels, to produce machines that actually look like a rocket science thing. So we just need to return back to production. We don't want it to be that we continue to be the dumping ground like they used to call us in Africa. For me, I just want us to get out of that and see collaborations. I'm ready to learn from anybody. I know so many Nigerians are willing to learn, because the truth of the matter is that given the requisite skills, I know we will produce several technologies and we can import to anywhere and export also. So again, I just want to feel that this discussion is very robust, and I really hope that at the end of the day, AfICTA will put on some good, guidelines for these collaborations to work, whereby we can have the town and the ground, the informal sector, those guys who know how to do the thing, work with those of us who are in the academic institution or knowledge institutions. And if we need to do a travel across, the seas to learn from you guys anywhere in the world and return back and train many more, because Nigerians are too many, the population is huge, and then we can't continue to import. That's the truth. And if we want to build a good digital school, especially for the academic and educational institution, they need to know how to do it. Thank you very much. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Again, a lot of insight into what's happening in Nigeria. Very interesting. One of the takeaways for me was your policy on ICT for education. So certainly I would like to learn more about that, and it's something that we can discuss offline, and I'm sure some of my peers and colleagues on this platform, and that is ultimately why we are here, is to learn from each other and to see how we can improve the state of affairs in our respective countries and regions. And while you were talking, it also reminded me of the fact that a friend of mine's, I think he is 18 months old. I mean, he can't read, he can't write, he's far too young, but give him a cell phone, he knows how to unlock it. It's fascinating. I mean, it's just so intuitive for children. And what has happened to us as adults, that as soon as we grow up, you give the same cell phone to your grandmother and they freeze up. They don't even want to use an ATM, or they don't want to make a phone call. And I think we need to capture that innocence, and that it's not a fear of learning that the youth have, and that young people have. And I don't know where at some stage as we go through life we become fearful of learning.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for those wise words as well, and some insight. So I'd like to open the floor to our panel, and I think because Dr. Let me just see who I've got with us. Dr. Bahig has not had the opportunity to engage yet. I'm going to pose my first question to the panel, and I'll ask Dr. Bahig to answer first. But I also invite the audience and the participants to please put your questions in the chat, so that it's not just about me and my urge to learn about more and my desire to have my questions answered. I'm sure we have some questions in the audience as well. So my first question, and I welcome Dr. Bahig to switch on your camera and your audio, and welcome. In terms of your view, and having listened to all our speakers, what is digital literacy, and do you think it's important? Why are we even having the discussion today? What is your opinion on that? Thanks, Dr. Bahig.
Sure. So the basic question, can you hear me and can you see me? Perfect. Okay, so what is digital literacy? The basic educational system that we have all been used to is focusing on, reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I guess thinking about digital literacy, it means that now schools have to start incorporating digital education as well. And that comes with a lot of implications, right? In this decade, digital literacy means that we are able to basically identify and use technology confidently. We are able to create, based on technology, abilities to meet the demands and the challenges of the life that we're facing. And the first example that comes to mind is the pandemic, right? In what happens as a result of the pandemic. When I talk about organizations, not educational systems, even all the schools turned online, all of the organizations and their operations and the collaboration between all the teams turned online. Everything moved from being able to collaborate person to person to digital, basically collaboration, to digital operations in factory. And this basically right now, from a digital literacy perspective, it means that we are now moving into the space of we have to collaborate in a digital manner. We have to meet our operations in a digital manner. There are a lot of things that are moving from just being able to do them via the traditional methods into being forced to do them digitally. So from a digital literacy perspective, I just want to elaborate that if we're talking about the audience of digital literacy, are we targeting school students? Are we targeting university students? Or are we even targeting workforce in existing places that now need to actually adopt new methods in the way they do their daily operations to learn how to do that in a digital manner? So from a digital literacy perspective, in my concept, or in my in my own definition, it's basically the ability for you to do what you used to do in your life, but to use digital existing technologies to achieve the demands and the needs and the opportunities that are right now rising in our life in all of the different aspects of our lives.
Thank you very much for that. Any takers in terms of what Dr. Bahik has mentioned? Perhaps Sonia, from your side.
Was that one for me? I didn't hear you. I had someone coming up to talk to me.
No problem, Melissa. I've just asked Sonia, and then I'll give the floor to you. Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I think there's an importance for us to start understanding where digital literacy plays a role and how we can enable it. Taking into consideration, if we revert back to what I said earlier, the challenges that exist, there are solutions out there. But in a previous workshop earlier today, one of the conversations were around the cost of those solutions. We really need to come together, not as a tech community, not as a government, not as a philanthropic environment. We all need to come together if we want to make digital literacy a reality, whether it's for a 5-year-old for the future or to enable an elderly to communicate. I'll never forget, in 2017, we were in Kenya at a conference, and we part of our tour was past an old age retirement home, and it was to show the people how to use Skype to communicate with their loved ones. And one of the questions in the room was by a lady that said, "How can I use this technology to learn? Because I never had the opportunity to learn." So there's all these factors that comes together, and we need to find the solutions. Raising the importance, great. Raising the awareness behind the need, great. But we need to get to a point where we actually start delivering on digital literacy as a reality. Thank you, Yolanda.
It's interesting, and it goes back to my point earlier, Sonia, around when I said that you give a 18-month-old a piece of tech, and they know how to unlock it, and they know how to log on to every internet site that you don't know how to log on to. But as we grow older, we become fearful. And I think with regards to digital literacy, perhaps what is also key is that perhaps the focus shouldn't just be on the youth. You know, we need to focus on every age group, because and it's quite sad because you've got your older age groups that didn't have the opportunities that the younger age groups of today have. Melissa, do you want to weigh in on the discussion? If you were able to follow us, Sham, I know you're being interrupted there on your side.
Yeah, no worries. I think I'm popular today at IGF, I guess. So I think a couple of different things. You know, I can sit here, you know, like I did a few minutes ago and share these competencies, which are very theoretical of like, okay, you know, you've got to have this, you got to have that, you know, but what does that mean in, you know, in Egypt or Nigeria or Morocco or Madagascar or wherever, you know, everywhere in the world, these things might mean something, you know, something different. And everyone's on a little bit of a different trajectory in terms of where are they with, you know, connectivity, or where are they with technology entrepreneurship, or where are they with their digital skills. And even in a particular, you know, village or town or community or country, you know, you're going to have people who are more technologically savvy or interested than others. But I think it's really important that everyone, regardless of your age, gets exposed to these basic things. But outside of that, I think it's about really looking at what are those drivers of outcomes at the local level. You know, I shared a link, for example, just because I heard when me talking about Nigeria and fintech, and it made me think about one of the startups that I work with in Nigeria, for example, that is looking at giving, you know, enabling subject matter expert or small and medium-sized enterprise access to funds, you know, in Nigeria, for example. And, you know, that's a particular problem that might be relevant in Nigeria and other parts, you know, of the continent. But if I look at maybe some of the tools and solutions I'm using every day in Texas, you know, not all of them are going to be relevant. So I think it's really important that we look at what are those enabling ecosystems. You know, for example, at IGF in the session that we just had, you know, Mary mentioned, you know, about a local community, you know, kind of built around rice farming. All right. So, you know, if you think about a rice farmer, you know, the kind of skills, the kind of digital skills that a rice farmer might need might be very, very, very different than what, you know, an urban, you know, young person might need to be prepared for the future of work, you know. And it's kind of like looking at those individual competencies that are required to drive outcomes. So a rice farmer might need to know, okay, I got this mobile phone, how can I gain access to, you know, pricing and yields, and how can I incorporate IoT into my farm? How do I incorporate data and analytics? You know, if I don't know anything about computers, what are some things that I can do? Or who are some people in my community who might be able to help me, you know, figure out how do I do IoT for agriculture or ag tech? You know, that might not be relevant for someone living in a, you know, in an urban center that's thinking about, wait a second, you know what? I want to create this awesome mobile application that's a game that's going to teach, you know, my back in my village, people, the local, you know, how to read and write, you know. So I think it's kind of looking at that wheel of competencies, using that as a guide, but recognizing that all of those things need to be translated into what's meaningful in terms of outcomes at local levels. And it's hard stuff. I wish we had it all figured out. We don't. And I think it's going to continue to be hard. And that's why it's really important that local advocates, local, you know, people take the lead in solving some of these problems on their own with, you know, access to digital skills and understanding how can they create, you know, things that are relevant in their communities.
Thanks, Melissa. And I'm going to use the cliche term here, but what I'm hearing, the takeaway for your last few statements is that it has to be fit for purpose. So you need to teach the digital skills which will be relevant for what they need it for. And you don't necessarily need someone, a rice farmer, to learn how to develop an app. But if they perhaps want to use that app to sell rice or to grow their farming, it's got to be relevant for what they need it for. We've got some. Thanks, Melissa, for the thumbs up. We've got some questions from the audience. Let me have a look at them a sec. We've got, and again, my apologies if I butcher your names. Nandipa Nsaluba says, I love the idea of manufacturing as it will enable us as Africa to define our security features in the capabilities. One of the changes to cybersecurity is the capabilities whose inherent features are with the developers who owns the IP. I think that's more of a statement there. Let's just have a look at, Nandipa goes on to ask, what are the possibilities of free and open source for Africa in the quest of digital literacy? And who would like to have a stab at that specific answer? Question. So let me just repeat the question. What are the possibilities of free and open source for Africa in the quest of digital literacy?
Can I make a contribution?
Please.
That's a very good question, but I can tell you that the issue of open source had actually been a very much available thing with us. I mean, since 2005, I know we've been working with several open source organizations. And for us in Nigeria, I'm sure that's not a big issue. But like the question, or maybe the comments that I heard from Alisa, the question is, who do we train first? What are the targets, or who are the targets for digital literacy? If you ask me, and if we indeed, by the next year of this meeting, we want to see results and take it away from here and not have it as a talk show, we can ask that we put together collaborations, funding, support to train teachers. Let's take teachers from primary schools, secondary schools, and probably tertiary. If we dedicate the next 6 months to training and retraining teachers, I'm sure the multiple effect will go a long way. For us in Nigeria, I know many of us want to do that. You hear the ministry tell you there's no budget, there's no funding, and that's the only way that the younger children can benefit, really, because many of the things that some of us are better off with today are because some teachers took it, out with us. Parents can have gadgets, parents can buy because they think they needed it, but they cannot teach it. So one of the areas that we really need to look into, if we are encouraging collaborations, is if there is a funding, can you target and say, let's do teachers, maybe 1,000 teachers from primary, secondary, from different localities, and let them bring the STEM teachers, especially the science and tech teachers. Let us retrain them. Let's see what the effect of that is after a couple of months, and then we take it off from there. Another group of people that I realized, for instance, in Nigeria, that are very important to retrain are the retirees, the older citizens. You see, I realized of late that many of these old citizens or aged citizens, elderly ones, who have retired from one place or the other, they are just there. So if you train them, they can be back to the society to give back to some other people somehow. It's an area nobody is looking into, but I really feel that it's very important, because recently I engaged with a few of them, and I was very surprised to see the commitment they have. These people now are living on almost nothing, of course, for this part of the world where their pension is not well paid and the rest. So if they have a digital skill and they notice that they can return back maybe to the communities to hold what we call learning centers, and they can do that, they can earn something. So I want to suggest that if we are looking at collaborations going forward, we would appreciate if we are targeted, if we are determined. Let's take teachers. It could be in batches, 1,000, 2,000 per community or thereabout. Let's see the effect in a couple of months, and then we move it on from there. Thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. So what I'm hearing here is a call to action. And I think the purpose, well, certainly, hopefully the outcome of today's session is we walk away with the whole shopping list of things that we want done. And I think I want to put this challenge out there to our participants and to our panelists and to everybody on this call to spread the word that I think the call to action number one is let's train 1,000 teachers. And I do welcome some other action points that we can take out of this discussion. And hopefully next year, when we're having another discussion, and we could provide some feedback in terms of what this platform has built for us and has started for us. Dr. Hassan, did you want to come in there with something else?
I think for now, let's listen to more people say something to us. I really think that that's the way I look at it. Let's come up with priority areas like what Melissa gave us. Let's identify what priority areas. Let's train the trainers, and then let's go en masse to different countries and train certain number of people. Let's look for some support financially that can make this happen. And then by the time we are talking next year, we can say we are from this level 0, and then we have reached so percent. And this is what we want to do next. Because every time we do this kind of talk, it's as if at the end of the program, nothing happens. And so for me, I know AfICTA is a very passionate organization. I want to believe, and bringing us together as only females in this session, we just want to push to ensure that something happens after now. That's my take.
Wise words. Thank you very much. Dr. Bahig, your take on this.
Well, I agree, and the idea of putting a milestone of training 1,000 teachers sounds amazing, and I completely think that this is not an initiative that should be done by individuals, by governments, but it's also by large enterprises. The corporate social responsibility here, like even in our organization, we started, for example, an Academy of Excellence on digital transformation. We're not only targeting, for example, graduates, undergraduates, but we're also targeting school students, right? So coming together, everyone, not just basically, individuals or open source organizations or governments or even, startups, funds, everyone coming together to actually support such initiatives would really be amazing. But in my opinion, I tend to see that we're also focusing on teaching the young generation, the next generation, right? This is right now most of where we're heading, where we are focusing on. And I still think that a good large or a large chunk of the opportunity that's coming really to Africa in the near future is the ability to focus also on the existing workforce and to actually train them digitally as well. Digital literacy on the existing workforce will allow us to realize potential such as Industry 4.0, right? Such as the ability to actually make organizations more efficient, because instead of focusing on tasks that they used to do manually, they're now able to focus on more creative and inspiring opportunities. So I'd like to basically just add on that yes, I totally agree, but we should focus on audience other than the upcoming generation. And I think that all of us are stakeholders. So when we say call for action, the call for action should actually also include all of the enterprises that are already possessing the knowledge and they are able and have the funds to actually reach out and expand the digital literacy to different levels and categories of audiences.
Also, very, very wise words, and I'm taking copious notes here because I really am hoping that we can reduce, or we can change this from a talk shop to actionable goals that can be achieved and will be achieved. Sonia, your take on what the discussion around training and perhaps a call to action here today.
Yolandi, yeah. Our values at the company is challenge, empower, and impact. And we've started various programs where we reach out to government institutions and say, okay, how can we help? Where can we help? For instance, tomorrow we're launching the security awareness campaign, and it starts with the government itself and then go onto a public forum. So the next step would be to reach out to the Ministry of Education and say, there's this platform, there's access to this information, there's all these people that is wanting to help. Where do we start? You know, can we, and not wait for a perfect plan, like Dr. Sassy says, but just to start, make that start, take that first step. And I think what happens quite often is the fear from various government institutions where you've got this opportunity to teach the young, the old, the teacher, the learner, the lecturer, is that when we come in as private sector, it's always, what do you want in return? And sometimes it's not about what I want in return, it's what can I give back? What can I contribute? And I think when we have that conversation, this is not about getting anything back. This is about giving. This is about contributing. This is about making a difference. We will be empowered. We will be in a position where we actually can start contributing and making a difference and taking an action. So I think that is part of our major starting point is we must have that first conversation. We must set the rules clear. We must make it clear. This is a collective exercise to uplift and raise and enable and empower for the better of everybody.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Thank you. Melissa, I have to ask you, as our resident penguin, are you moving around? Because your background keeps changing. Is this just to keep me sharp and make sure I'm attentive to you?
Yeah, I'm moving around and I had to switch from my computer to my phone. I forgot my headphones from my computer, and one can only be annoying for so long by having your computer on full blast for everyone to hear. I just wanted to make one comment, and that's, also maybe a call to action. So during last year's, session, I proposed something, and I haven't seen any of us action it. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to bring that back on the table. And it is kind of a crawl, walk, run, fly approach. And that's, why don't we start off with a day? Let's start off with a day in a specific country with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of IT, and let's do a National Day of Code. I just did it in, Cape Verde with the Prime Minister's office, with the Secretary of State, with code.org, with all of the ministries. We did an entire takeover of the educational system. Now I know, Cape Verde is a small island state with 500,000 people, very different scenario than, many of the countries where each of you may be joining us from, or it could even be a specific province or a territory. And what can we do to create, let's say, a national day of digital skills, a national day of code, whatever it could be. And I will tell you that I have bandwidth to do this, and I'm ready to go, and let this be a foot in the water, a toe in the water to, start to do something together, so that, it's more than just, us talking about what could be possible and pontificating over what's needed, and say, you know what, in 2022, we are going to do a National Day of Code. We're going to bring we're going to bring X minister, Y minister, X university or X high school, whatever it is, and, make it an AfICTA born initiative. and, learn from what we did in Cape Verde and continue to expand it, across the continent until it becomes an Africa Day of Code. I think you're on mute.
Rookie mistake. So the nice thing about Zoom, I don't know about the other platforms, when you start talking to yourself, it actually tells you you are muted. So nice rookie mistake there. Melissa, I actually think that is a phenomenal idea. And I think I saw a thumbs up there from Sonia. And I don't know about my other panelists, but certainly being the representative in Southern Africa, I support that idea wholeheartedly. So I want to maybe just touch off, close off with one final question for the panelists, because we are almost drawing to the end of this robust, insightful, interesting discussion. And it's really amazing how time flies when you're having fun. I never thought, and I have to admit, having such amazing panelists on this platform certainly makes my job as the moderator very easy. So I think we've had the call to action now, which has been mentioned around training 1,000 teachers and having the AfICTA initiative around a National Day of Digital Skills. But what do you think would be the biggest obstacles and opportunities? So, well, let's rather look at, I think we have an idea what the opportunities are. What do we think would be the biggest obstacles in addressing digital literacy in Africa? Yes, we're excited and we feel energized coming out of this platform and having this discussion, and now we want to go and we want to embrace it and we want to address digital literacy, but we're going to have some stumbling blocks. What do you think those stumbling blocks and obstacles are going to be? Who wants to have a first stab at that? Go, please, Dr. Hassan, you're welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity again. Thank you, Melissa, for that contribution. I saw Dr. Olufuye sending a comment already. And then I just want to join to say that even here in Nigeria, we are hoping that in January, and now that you are suggesting it could be a global thing, because we already planned out what we call Blue Collar Day. That's what we target, Blue Collar Day. We expect that all scientists, all engineers, everybody in the digital space or technology space, wear their aprons. Let's go back to the streets and say to everybody that we are engineers, we are scientists, we are ready to learn and relearn again and produce. That is what our own aim is here. And we are looking at the 3rd week of January to do this. So coming up with that idea is very fantastic. And like you asked, the challenges that are already staring at many of us in trying to make sure that these things are happening, I can tell you is number one, funding. And when we talk about funding, it isn't because the money is not available anywhere. It's just that we are not finding synergies. Those who have the funding have a different priority that they want to take. And I just want to hope that if as a global team, we are able to come together in this collaboration, then we could, because a lot of times I tell my Nigerian people, I said, it's not all the time we need your money. We just need you to say yes. Like Melissa just said, we want the honorable minister to be there. You want Minister A, B, C, D. And many times they look at you as if you have come to do a begging of them to sit in the sum of this meeting. And it's frustrating when you don't need money from there. You just need them to be there to say, yes, we are part of this. We agree with what you guys are doing. We are ready to drive it with you. And they are not there. They send you a representative. And the representative comes and tell you, well, we are being sent here. We are not given a valid word. That shows that we are not ready for it. So again, that's a big challenge. Unfortunately, the priorities are probably the issues. But I think if AfICTA will put it as a blueprint, then we can look at that. We are looking at 15. I don't know that Dr. Olufuye is even thinking around that, but this is our plan. We have already contracted Computer Society, we are talking to the CPN, Computer Professionals Council, to be a part of this day with us. Just a day that all scientists, they wear their apron and they said digital skill is the order of the day. And we're hoping to have that in January. We are praying that those politicians, technocrats, will be able to join us. But sincerely, that's been a big bottleneck. To have them be a part of such rallies, be a part of sitting. Once it's not a function that is government-based, we just see them shying away from it. And all of those things are a big concern. Because when you're looking at the policy implementation, they are the approval points, they are the PowerPoint. And so when they are not there at the discussions, then there is an issue. And I really hope that at this level and globally, we can address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Other than funding, Dr. Bahik, any other obstacles that you see that we need to prepare for?
I think I tend to agree with Sonia in her opening speech when she started talking about we have infrastructure challenges. We have obstacles where the inability to afford the digital infrastructure prices, whether it is for students, whether it is for factories. And I also think the lack of adequate information technology support, which result in poor education, is actually something that is a major obstacle. We're talking about areas where they have inability to access resources such as electricity. So when we talk about these problems, how does that relate to digital literacy and the ability to have the equipment, a simple equipment like a computer or a phone? I think even some time ago in our Minister of Education, he basically decided that all of the students will have an iPad, right? And that textbooks are going to be replaced by just all the curriculum or the syllabus being on the iPad. And when you go to, for example, specific schools and specific areas where you have 130 students per class and you have challenges for them to actually have shoes, as Sonia presented, and so on and so forth, there are basic foundational obstacles that we are not addressing, but we jump into digital literacy as if it's basically something magical that will just happen without the infrastructure, without the needed resources in order to enable it. So I think there are obstacles on like sort of a foundational perspective that needs to be addressed, but on the level of just disseminating knowledge, I'm an optimist. I believe that there are a lot of people that are willing to mentor out there. There are people that are willing to put in the effort to even create applications, for example, that help the audience, whether they are students, whether they are middle-aged, for example, in the workforce already. And I believe that this is not really the challenge. I believe the challenge is the infrastructure. And that's one of the main obstacles that I believe should be addressed before we basically talk about digital literacy as an obstacle in its own.
Thank you so much. We unfortunately, we have come to the end of the session. I really would love to carry on engaging with yourselves. I think we could probably talk for days. But I want to then give each one of you an opportunity, perhaps just to make a closing statement. 30 seconds. We'll start with Sonia. If you could just give your closing statement.
Thank you, Landi. Thank you for the opportunity to share the forum with such amazing ladies. And I think in my closing statement is we need more volunteers. We need more boots on the ground to start a new generation, not necessarily just young, a new generation that understands the importance of putting everything in place from Maslow's hierarchy of needs right through to the lady that might sit in a retirement home but still have the ability to teach, to share, and to develop. We need those boots on the ground. Thank you.
And fantastic. Thank you. Melissa, your last stab.
All right, super. Sorry, I had to take myself off of mute and find my my camera. So I just want to say thank you for always including me. I think you know, I spoke in my presentation about, you know, that idea of imposter, you know, feeling like an imposter. And one of the ways that that comes to life for me is I often will, you know, despite all the work that I do on the continent, and despite knowing that, you know, I have 3 children who are half Tunisian who grew up on the continent, I always feel like somewhat of an imposter. Like, am I taking away from someone else's voice who is from the continent, who has lived and breathed, you know, some of the challenges that everyone is discussing day in and day out. And I just want to thank you for, you know, always including me and always hearing my ideas and having an opportunity to just share, you know, whatever I have in my mind forward and my skills, but also teaching me about how I can, you know, be a better IBM, or how I can be a better person when it comes to the development work that I do, because it's often that I'm engaging with people young and old and of all walks of life. And it's extremely important for me to think about how do I empathize with others, and how do I come up with ideas and solutions that are relevant and impactful. We've all heard about, you know, so many different initiatives or projects where someone flies in to consult on a project, and, you know, it's not locally sensitive. So I always try to be different, and I hope that that comes to life here. So thank you for helping me continue to get over my imposter syndrome.
No imposter syndrome at all. Don't feel like an imposter. Dr. Bahig, your closing comments.
Yeah, I guess it was also very, very insightful for me to hear from all of the other panelists. Really puts things into perspective. Sometimes you just have your own world of, you know, definitions of digital literacy and the obstacles, and you start hearing things, and you start hearing different angles, like what Melissa said. Like, I felt like, you know, I need to be a superhuman in order to achieve all of the different things that she listed in her presentation. But digital literacy is a huge challenge, but it's a huge opportunity for us. It starts with just being able to use, you know, simple technologies for the day-to-day chores and tasks, to now things like cars driving themselves, machines that read X-ray, that understand the machine X-ray, algorithms that respond to customer service inquiries without involving any humans. So there are a lot of opportunities. Digital literacy starts from very simple things to very complicated things. Let's take it one step at a time. I'm sure we'll get there.
And how do you eat a big elephant? One bite at a time. Thank you very much for that. Last comments, Dr. Hassan? You're on mute. Dr. Hassan, there we go.
Yeah, sorry. So I just want to add that, yes, taking it step by step, but I want to encourage all of you to please consider women across the globe, and let's empower as many women as possible. And then let's not forget our young people. They are very energetic, they are very enthusiastic, and the children are already doing so much. So we need to give them a push, whatever we can. And we want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving us this privilege and for giving it a whole women's panel. We really want to say thank you for that. And I'm sure everything we had said will be considered. We love you, and we hope to see you in Nigeria soon.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much. And I'm getting the evil eye from my AfICTA president. So I am going to close this session, but I want to take this opportunity firstly to apologize for going over, but it really was, I certainly enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it too. A lot of takeaways for me, a lot of lessons learned. And hopefully we've turned today's talk shop into a workshop, and watch the space next year. Hopefully we've had some teachers that are trained, and we've got the National Day of Digital Skills Learning. But no more from me. I've overstayed my welcome. I think Thabo, over back to you.
Thank you, much appreciated, Yolandi. All I can say to this panel is a wow. This is a wow, because not only did we discuss the matters, but we actually had call for action, and the Secretariat has noted that we'll take the actions forward. I think it's a good challenge that has been put upon us, and it's great that at the end of the day we move from just talking towards working. It's about the doing itself. That's very much appreciated from the panelists, and thanks Yolandi for moderating this very excellently. You could have gone for 15 minutes more. It's okay. We are so appreciative of the expertise that was shared with us at this point in time. We've been going for over 1 hour, 30 minutes, and at this point I'll propose that we go for a tea and lunch. So then we can be back at let me look at and get my bearings right. UTC at 2:00 UTC. That's the time that we'll come back. Nigerian time is 3:00, and then South African time is 4:00. I just have to get my bearings right in that one. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you've got time for tea and for lunch, so you'll come back in 20 minutes time. For now, let's enjoy our virtual exhibition and the likes. Thank you.
To be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain. Over the years, lots of domain names have entered the internet domain space, but if it's in Nigeria, it's got to be .ng. .ng is the most widely accepted and trusted country code top-level domain (CCTLD) in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second-level domain extensions, such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mu.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating to Nigeria or the world at large. Businesses with .ng are more relevant and appealing to not only Nigerians but millions of people all around the world. Getting a .ng domain name is easy, fast, and affordable. So if you want to register your domain name, you can choose from any of our over 50 accredited registrars across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. .ng is undoubtedly a great online identity for locally relevant products, services, and innovations. How to register .ng domain name? Step 1. Think of a name you want to register on .ng for your business, website, or email address. Step 2. Check the availability of the name you want to register on .ng from the NERA UIS website, uis.nic.net.ng. Step 3. Visit the NERA website, www.nera.org.ng. Step 4. From NERA's website, www.nera.org.ng. Click on the icon named Registrars and select your preferred registrar. Step 5. Clicking on your preferred registrar will redirect you to that registrar's website where you can use this platform to register your domain name. Go ahead and register your own .ng domain name and connect to the world. .ng. Your Nigerian identity online. Over the years, lots of domain accepted and trusted country code top level domain CCTLD in the world. .ng is the official country code for Nigeria. You can register your name directly under .ng or choose from one of its popular second level domain extensions such as .com.ng for commercial companies, .org.ng for not-for-profit organizations, .edu.ng for degree or diploma awarding educational institutions, .mobi.ng for mobile content and service providers, .sca.ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools, .name.ng for personal websites and emails, .i.ng for interesting action names like trading and shopping, .net.ng for internet service providers, .gov.ng for federal and state ministries, departments and agencies, as well as local governments, .mu.ng for the military. Now, if it's a web or email address ending in .ng, then you know it's trusted, locally relevant, globally accepted, and proudly Nigerian. Experience shows that any domain name ending with .ng ranks among the highest and most relevant on popular internet search engines when searching for products, services, and information relating to Nigeria or the world at large. Businesses with .ng are more relevant and appealing to not only Nigerians but millions of people all around the world. Getting a .ng domain name is easy, fast, and affordable. So if you want to register your domain name, you can choose from any of our over 50 accredited registrars across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. .ng is undoubtedly a great online identity for locally relevant products, services, and innovations. How to register .ng domain name? Step 1. Think of a name you want to register on .ng for your business, website, or email address. Step 2. Check the availability of the name you want to register on .ng from the NERA UIS website, uis.nic.net.ng. Step 3. Visit the NERA website, www.nera.org.ng. Step 4. From NERA's website, www.nera.org.ng. Click on the icon named Registrars and select your preferred registrar. Step 5. Clicking on your preferred registrar will redirect you to that registrar's website where you can use this platform to register your domain name. Go ahead and register your own .ng domain name and connect to the world. .ng, your Nigerian identity online. Over the years, .ng for non-degree and diploma awarding schools. .name.ng for
Welcome back to our session 3 panel discussion. I hope you enjoyed the break. Our next session will be moderated by Yusuf Kilio, and the topic is on cybersecurity, mitigating DNS abuse and cybercrime. I think this topic you link with the earlier keynote address we got from ICANN, and there will be more elaboration on the topic by the experts, which will be drawn from the panelists. Kilio, over to you. Then you can start with your session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Tabo, thank you very much for introducing this particular session. It is cybersecurity, DNS abuse, and cybercrime mitigation. And with me, I have 4 people. I have Muhammad Rudman. This is the president of NIRA Nigeria. I also have Deepak Kumar. This is a cybersecurity expert from India. I also have Toba Obanyi. This is the CEO of Wogos Limited, Nigeria. And I also have Charles Oloboyo. This is the Chief Technology Architect, IP NX Nigeria. Basically, we are going to discuss about cyber crimes and DNS abuse, how we can mitigate these particular challenges. And I think the two relate to one another, because when we speak about DNS abuse, these are those harmful activities that are happening to DNS. For example, we have things like distributed denial of service attack. We have things like spams that we normally receive and see through emails and so on. We also have phishing and also malware, botnets. Also, things related to distribution of those illegal materials. Like, for example, we see now people utilizing these digital platforms and website to infringe intellectual properties, or to distribute child abuse materials, things like pornography and so on. All those under DNS abuse. And of course, when we come to cybercrime, this is also a big thing, because here we speak of everything that we normally do. Like, for example, we used to steal things in banks. Now we have frauds that we do it online. People, they steal money through online. And also we have things like, for example, cyberbullying and many other things that we do. All these are cybercrimes. So how are we going to mitigate them? How are we going to mitigate also DNS abuse and all these? These are the things that we're going to discuss for the next around 1 hour. And as I've said, we have panelists with me, 4 of them that will be joining me, and allow me to introduce. I've already introduced every one of them, so allow me to invite them to introduce themselves, giving a brief introduction about themselves, and also not only to give brief introduction about themselves, but to give us a little bit of what we should expect from them through this particular panel discussion. So let me start with Mohammed Rudman.
Yes, thank you so much, my brother. My name is Mohammed Rudman, as you mentioned. I'm the president of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association, the .NGCCTLD. we are the custodians of the .ng. I also happen to be the CEO of Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, where we interconnect all these service providers, content providers towards localization of data. So we're right now at a level of around 60 to 70% of data localization based on the efforts of the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. In regarding to the topic of today is, one is that we at NIRA are actually committed and dedicated and are making efforts towards ensuring, more safety on the internet and the stability of the internet for all. And especially in the DNS industry, it is our obligation to ensure that there is no much abuse, especially under the .ng. So we are very serious about it as a registry. And this includes tackling a lot of things, and we have collaborated with so many different partners. To mention a few, for example, on the .ng level, we have an email address called abuse@nira.org.ng, and we are collaborating with special forces in Nigeria. We call it NICAG, Nigeria Internet Crime Advisory Group, where we have the Nigerian Police Special Fraud Unit, the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, and others, towards ensuring that we are collaborating when it comes to DNS abuse. When whoever has any DNS abuse issues in Nigeria usually writes an email to that. Those that we can attend to, we do, and those that are within the jurisdiction of the law enforcement agencies, we tend to contact them through that collaboration to do that. And I don't know how many minutes I have. Should I stop here and give others the opportunity, or should I explain more of what we are doing?
No, it's okay. We will, each and everyone will have a little bit of time to talk, and then we will have another round where we are going to talk more, and we'll be having a bit of more questions to what we have explained from the starting point. And of course, we'll be having questions from individuals that will be bringing them to us. So we will still have a little bit of more talk at the time goes on.
So no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Now allow me to welcome Deepak Kumar. I believe you're online. Deepak.
Yeah, Mr. Kilio. I'm not sure he's
turn
online.
off your video and audio so that we can be able to see you and be able to hear you properly. Or you're getting prepared. Let me go to Toba Obani. Toba Obani, as I've said, he's a CEO of Wogost Limited, Nigeria. So Toba, introduce yourself a little bit and give us the view of what we expect to hear from you for the next few minutes.
Thank you so much for the introductions. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Toba Obani. I'm the CEO of Wogost Limited. Wogost Limited is a cloud solutions company. We help businesses get online, providing them with domain services, web hosting, cloud solutions, and many other services. I happen to also serve as the Vice President of NIRA, so it's an honor to be on the same panel with my boss, Mr. Rudman. And by virtue of my role as the CEO of Wogost, we are offering this service of getting people online. We've seen our share of abuse, DNS abuse. We're seeing a very small number of our customers either getting their sites or their infrastructure compromised, or in some cases, some people even deliberately being involved in cybercrime, either phishing, scamming, in different ways. And we've also been working closely with law enforcement where the DNS abuse is a menace of the internet. It affects us all. And as open as the internet is, it does come with its own challenges. So trying to balance between an open internet and also mitigating some of the DNS abuses that we experience. During my talk, I'll be speaking a bit about data localization and how it impacts on data security. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Toba. I hope Kumar, you're there already.
Kumar is not available.
Okay, Kumar probably will be joining us. As we wait for Kumar to join, I have also Charles Oloboyo. This is the Chief Technology Architect at IPNX Nigeria. If you can introduce yourself, my brother.
Hello, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Oluboyo. I'm the Chief Technology Architect at IPNX Nigeria Limited. IPNX Nigeria is one of the leading internet service providers, connectivity service providers here in Nigeria. And we definitely have seen our share of the kind of troubles that are on the internet with regards to cybersecurity and cybercrime. We have a lot of customers, residential and the enterprise space, that in the course of their normal business come upon these unsavory activities of people trying to hack their accounts or get into their private networks. And we also have done our bit in supporting our customers in repelling these things and in reporting to the authorities as necessary. So in the course of this session, I'll be happy to discuss the kind of mitigations that we think will be necessary, that are already in place, and some that we may need to be introducing to ensure that we can keep Nigeria and Africa safe from this kind of troubles that are on the internet. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Charles. Okay, is Kumar back? Is he online already, Deepak? Not yet, I believe. Okay, he will probably join us later on as we continue. So let us start. Let us start our panel now. Let us start our discussion. As we know, currently we've been having a lot of challenges. For example, I've heard Nigeria. People managed to. There was a hashtag on Twitter the other time. People were mobilizing people to do different stuff, different things out there, and we also receive a lot of phishing emails nowadays through different areas. Some of them, they're saying they're from Burkina Faso, from everywhere. So these are some of the challenges we have, and we keep experiencing them through our either digital platforms or email and so on. Now, I want to pose the question to Mohammed. These kind of challenges that we normally see in our daily life, and they looks like they push some of the governments to shut down internet, especially during things like elections and so on, because of they get overwhelmed with these craziness that are happening on social media. If you're asked to advise, what would you say?
So you mentioned two different things. One is the aspect of the general email spams that we receive from different locations and abuses. And the second one is the government concern, especially on the social media, that they usually take drastic measure towards blocking sites. So for example, during the uprising in Egypt, the Egyptian government blocked the DNS of Twitter and Facebook. The same thing took place in Turkey, and and people busy went around the streets writing public DNS servers so that people can have access directly, bypassing government resolvers, government DNS servers. So those are two different things. For the government side, what I would suggest is that mostly in Africa, government they don't talk much. They don't explain exactly what they are doing and the direction they are heading. And therefore, when things happen also, they don't really come out immediately, take action and let people know what is happening. So they allow a window before they come and say anything. And that within that window period, speculations tends to come on board. And then it's now escalated. So for government, I think they should really, really try as much as possible, find a way to communicate with the citizens. With advent of internet, some of them are trying, through Twitter and the rest, but they should be able to do much, much more. You remember during Donald Trump in America, every time he's on Twitter, sending out information there. So African government should be, that transparent and open at any given time, even if it's their fault. They should be able to say it out, and so that the government do not have to go and shut down. So, for example, in Nigeria, we have the NSAS protest, and in fact, there is a report that came out that created a lot of more confusion, and government should just clearly come out and say the truth. So, for my advice to government is let them have clear channels of communicating with the citizens, and it should be as frequent as possible so that they don't give opportunity to speculators, to people that want to create confusion, to people that want to disrupt the country, a platform to say what they want to say. That's for the first one. The second one regarding email spam and all that has been a global problem. It's not only in Africa, and there are multiple dimensions of those email scams. Some are towards scamming, some towards phishing, some are towards, all sorts of things. So really there is no one single solution to the entire problem, unless if there is a particular aspect of it that needs to be solved. But one of the major ones is being solved now through DNS security, because you can actually create a primary name server for any domain and send an email to say that you are from that organization. For example, if there is a regulator in Nigeria called the Nigerian Communications Commission, somebody can create a primary DNS for that, and or he can poison a DNS and say they are NCC or they are bank and they are all that. But with the coming of DNS security, at least there is a check to ensure that whoever is saying that information is actually the person that says he is that person. There is no impersonation on the DNS with DNS security, because you have chains of trust called the trust anchors. So you verify from the source that is this information valid? If you say you are a bank, is it really the IP address of the bank? So that DNS security, I think, is really going to help towards mitigating that particular risk. I hope I've answered your questions.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mohammed Rudman. As we can see, we have a lot of challenges, to speak the truth. Now we have reached to a point where we have things called cyber warfare. We have seen, for example, yesterday, among the discussion that Putin and Biden had, was also about this cyber warfare. And we have seen critical infrastructure being falling victims, people shutting down electricity, bringing down different systems in banks. We have seen the pipelines and so on and so on. All these are cyber crimes that we normally experience every now and then. Now, my question goes to Toba. Toba, all these are happening. We have seen all these challenges that are happening. And a big question that people normally ask is, what is our issue? What is the problem? Why do we still have all these challenges and we cannot get away from it? Or what should we do so that at least we can reduce these particular challenges we have? For example, the one that I've mentioned from cyber warfare, critical infrastructure like those of pipeline in the US, the Tok in the UK, and so on and so on. So what do you think we should do to reduce this particular rate of cybercrime? Toba.
Thank you so much for the question. I mean, many people have I've said that if there would be a third world war, it would probably be a cyber thought. It would be a cyber war. You would see that some of the most powerful countries in the world are investing heavily in the ability to protect themselves from cyber war and also to be to attack and to be on the offensive. So, I mean, I don't think that this will stop anytime soon, because I mean, the internet when it was created and became popular was meant to be open, and the goal was to allow interconnectivity. And of course, from interconnectivity, we are sharing of information, and the openness allows us to connect from one part of the world to the other part of the world very easily. But that connectivity can also be used for both good and bad, and that is where the issues are. And you see, the kinds of attacks that happen are getting even more sophisticated. I mean, the only way you can protect yourself is getting disconnected from the internet. That's the honest truth. Because, I mean, for example, you would hardly see a DDoS attack come from a single source. Usually what happens is that multiple devices get compromised. We're all aware that IoT devices are becoming more and more popular, but many of them are also not very secured. And so what happens is that you have a lot of people, or a lot of these devices have become botnets that are waiting to be activated. And so when there's a DDoS attack, those botnets are activated and they attack at different locations all around the world. So it then becomes a problem because it's very difficult to differentiate between legitimate traffic and malicious traffic. And of course, they're getting even more sophisticated because the requests are also not very difficult to differentiate, and it can be a serious mess. It's a challenge really for everyone globally. And one of the worrying things is that we don't seem to be ready in Africa. I must say that our lack of development, especially when it comes to infrastructure, can be a blessing in disguise. Because I mean, I don't see, most of our infrastructure are not accessible over the internet. Our electricity is probably very mild in most parts of Africa. But of course, we have the banking sector. And I think what happens, at least in Nigeria, CBN has insisted that all banks, especially very, very important data, are stored locally as a defense mechanism against this kind of issues where imagine if Nigeria and let's say the US have trade wars, and then the US says that they don't want Nigeria to have access to the US or their infrastructure. And imagine if banks already have their data over the internet. Or sometimes these kind of issues are not even necessarily intentional. For example, I think in 2018 or so, one of the biggest undersea cables connecting Nigeria to Europe had a major fiber cut, and that kind of disrupted connectivity between Nigeria and even parts of Africa and Europe. And what that meant is that people who were connected or had resources hosted outside the continent could not access this content or were getting intermittent access. So data localization has been is being considered as an option to reduce or mitigate these challenges. But again, as long as we all have access to the internet, it's still going to be a challenge. I do feel that, I mean, we all just need to be ready. We all need to continue to build ourselves. I think Africa needs to also wake up to the fact that cyber warfare is real, and we could end up being like when two elephants are fighting and the grass suffers, and we just need to start building up our capabilities and ensuring that we're adopting technology to improve the lives of our citizens. We also take note of the risks that are involved as well and protect ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toba. I can see Deepak is online already, and I believe you can hear us and you can be able to put on your mic. Deepak, first of all, I would like you to introduce yourself briefly, and after that, I want you to share with us a little bit about the story of cybercrime and DNS abuse in India?
Thank you so much. I mean, let me explain. I mean, just sharing a small presentation before this one. Thank you once again. Briefly, I'm just handling the cyber threat intelligence part and digital forensics part in India. That is purely dealing with cybercrime as well, cyber security as well. And as we know that cybercrime and cyber security are interlinked with each other, and we have to be very sure that what kind of crimes, what kinds of issues, what kind of threat generally we are getting in terms of digital security, in terms of cyber crimes perspective, or you can say in terms of citizen centric. But when you talk about DNS abuse perspective, then some pointers which I would like to show from this medium. We better know that 5 major areas are there. For example, like malwares, botnets, phishing, farming, spam. These 5 areas are very clearly very important aspects, because as we know that when you're talking about ransomware tactics or ransomware perspective malwares, which are linked up with phishing tactics, which are linked up with these farming, spamming, and botnets basically. And when we read about the phishing, when we read about the fundamental attack vectors, you can say, when you read about attack surface, so simply they try to initiate precisely from the phishing tactics basically. They're trying to abuse the servers, they're trying to abuse the native platforms, you can say servers like BigQuery, you can say Cloudflare, or you can say Big Rock, the big entities they're using, and they try to host their content, their exploit kits basically not only in Indian parameter, you can say they are hosting in different countries specifically. The contents, the exploit kit basically, you can say they are simply working on to destructing something, sabotaging perspective, or you can say to collect some information. So end of the day, when we study about the entire source code analysis, you can say we read about the website perspective, when we read about the source code of that phishing link, or you can say spam link, generally where these are originating. So these are the things which is really important, and they're using a term called fast flux. That is the fast flux DNS domain squatting or doppelgangling kind of concept, where they just change the name of the website, you can say slightly change the name of the domain or subdomain, you can say seasonal perspective. So now we are getting to know that Christmas festives are coming, so they are trying to use, they're using this modus operandi. They are trying to create pages or gift links or something pertaining to this Christmas perspective. So this is one area. Second, parking of the domain which they can use in future related cyber crimes. Means suppose today I have purchased some website, something, it could be a random number, something xnabcd123.in. So .in generally, you can say it's an Indian perspective websites or Indian domain generally. So the people who try to purchase these domain from different countries, so sometimes they think Indian user or specific user, they think that .in domain actually related to Indian users or Indian cyberspace basically, but it's not like that. You can see exploit.in, you can see any .in basically. So these are not linked up with India. The objective is here is .in domain, or you can say any country specific domain. They're using these domains and they try to find vulnerabilities. Suppose I'm taking a very simple example. Suppose we use some platform to create some website. Maybe we use WordPress, or maybe you use any platform to create some websites. So if we use a particular template or particular theme, so maybe there's a vulnerability in a specific theme or plugin or that template. So they try to abuse these templates and they try to do a reconnaissance and finding vulnerability or weakness into the same. So these are some pointers. They try to exploit those things, abusing those things, and they try to create a backdoor. I mean, by uploading some shells, you can say symlinking a term basically. And once they create a backdoor, they try to misuse for various purposes. It could be like a man in the middle attack. they try to initiate some DDoS activities, or maybe they try to park or host some malicious content which redirected to some different country. So while analysis of forensics perspective, while analysis of incident response, or while analysis of the log analysis, it shows that that is a vulnerability, or that is basically link up with some type of IPs. And the last, the third issue is what, like hosting CSAM content, pornographic content hosting, and of course purchasing things on VPS, virtual private servers or something, and they have a ready-made content. If any LEA, law enforcement agency, is trying to send some legal notice, so immediately they use same content and park or host the same content on some different IP, something like that. So this is one major issues as well in this situation. So now issues are again here, it's already discussed in morning session. I was seeing these things. So consumer protection and stability pertaining to this security and resiliency of the DNS. And the last one is called cybercrime prevention and attribution. Of course, digital literacy, or you can say awareness, is the medium, the prime medium. But again, attribution of those entities or those issues, find that exactly who are the threat actors, who are those criminals, or you can say who are the perpetrators who are trying to create issue. How can you mitigate? So that is the one concern. And immediately when you talk about the mitigation perspective, like the online harms, it's very clear: content harms, technical harms, hybrid harms. So malware technically separate thing, but when you talk about the initiative, how these things are work and what harms generally it can create, so they are different means. Content specific, if any election is going on, they try to use same thing for creating disinformation or these kind of things. Similarly, technical perspective, of course, C2, botnet, DNS poisoning, DNS abusing, these are the things which is their impact is, again, it can impact various perspective. And it briefly just want to say economic perspective is also there, where it can impact national security as well, public safety as well, digital security as well, and at the end of the day, that is also related with some human rights and fundamental freedoms. Similarly, today news regarding the Tor network, Russian network, they're banning these Tor exit nodes, which is routing through this Russian. So that is, again, today we found they posted on Twitter handle. So things are there. So from my perspective, when you ask from my LEA perspective, like how generally we can initiate, so it's very clear. One is education. I mean, when you talk about case studies, so if any threat expert or any private player or any government entity, you can say, or any the telecom industry, you can say, basically those who are handling this situation, they know the actual ground reality. They know exactly who are the creators of those fake registrars, you can say. They know exactly how to find and who is the owner of these websites or IPs, or who is behind those things. Policies and compliance, education is very, very important. But when you talk about the collaboration perspective, definitely it's a big ecosystem is there, and we have to maintain, we have to understand their different policies, different mitigations rules, and how we can enforce or emphasize, or we can strengthen their existing policies. These are the things. So this is from my perspective, which is a serious concern related to what you call in abusing perspective or cybercrime perspective. So these are the things.
Okay, now, Kumar, my question were, share with us in India, because now you talk to us from India, and India also is well known when it comes to having a lot of cybercrime and DNS abuse challenges. So my question were, how do you handle those kind of situations? Or how do you advise us that this is the way forward? This is how we need to handle these cyber crimes and these DNS abuse challenges?
Exactly. So first of all, we try to find or try to jot down all types of cybercrime which are linked up with these things of DNS abusing. We have to list out, and we try to collect things from national security, or you can say private players as well. Try as well from the CERT India. We try to jot down all the information pertaining to the subject called DNS abusing. We try to find the areas pertaining to cyber security where they're abusing, as well the mobile phones, smartphones generally, which we are using, what application they are using, and how they are working. And similarly, the trend which is going in the area of advanced persistent threats, or you can say any specific botnets. So those IPs or those information. So when we try to collect all the IOCs, indicator of compromises, all the domains pertaining to zone-wise, country-wise, international perspective, then we have to figure out exactly from Indian perspective how we can mitigate, how we can ban those IPs, basically how we can ban those domains. We have to study about the patterns, we have to study about the TTPs, the techniques generally they are using, because initially for damage control perspective, if we ban those IPs or those domain, again they will reuse that content on different IP, because it's a very simple concept. So initially from the jurisdiction perspective, initially we try to ban those things in our perspective. But when talking about the technological perspective, so the companies, those are the vendors who are providing security services to the government entity, or you can say any specific private players. They try to find their checklist, they try to find are they maintaining the compliance, they try to find are they maintaining their policies or something, or they check their checklist as well. So these are some pointers which can help. But from my angle, if you ask me, cybercrime perspective, I more focus on the attribution part. I should know exactly initially what are the root cause. I mean, why, what kind of the malwares or spams or phishing tactics generally they're initiating, how they're abusing in two manners. Did they find any vulnerability on a specific solution, or maybe they have some middleware or middle player, or you can say supply chain attacks, where they can initiate these kind of things. So it's a very big something.
Okay, thank you very much, Deepak Kumar. This is a good friend of mine from India. Now I want to go to Muhammad Rudman. Muhammad Rudman, we have seen that in our African countries, most of the time we thought, it's believed that we need to have what we call cybercrime laws. We need to have laws in places. Why? Because they can help us when we capture those criminals, we can be able to prosecute them accordingly. But very unfortunately, at the same time, most of the time when these laws are passed by the parliament, we hear citizens shouting that, for example, they're saying that these laws are shut up law, they're infringing people's privacy, they are doing this and that. We have a lot of challenges to these laws when we are trying to implement them. So now, my question to you is that, where do you think we really don't do right? To an extent, people start shouting that we don't do things correct. Muhammad Rudman.
Okay. I'm not a legal person, so my input here, honestly, is that government should find ways to engage with the citizens. Usually, government tend to, especially in Africa, to feel, instead of them to be like the civil servants, they tend to become civil masters, and they tend to enact laws without really consulting with the key actors, with all the right constituencies and the stakeholders. So they tend to go, for example, I don't want to mention a particular act in Nigeria where people privately get hold of that a bill before it even goes out publicly from government. And all of a sudden there was a tension and speculation about it, and it was going round. So had it been initially, in the initial processes, it's supposed to be bottom up on this. The government have called in the stakeholders to say, look, we want you to participate and assist in generating this document. It would have been much easier. And when you have all the right stakeholders involved, then you don't aggravate the situation when it goes to the relevant bodies, maybe the national assemblies, for approval. And that's what has been the major problem. What I have seen in Nigeria, they don't really engage much. Even if they want to engage, it becomes superficial. They give them a very short notice, and most of the events where stakeholders are need to give contribution, they choose a location that, for example, if it's IT related, it's supposed to be in Lagos. It will take place in another location, maybe at the capital in Abuja, and most of the stakeholders will not pay for transport, or airfare to go and participate and contribute in that, and they hardly do an online engagement. So it's across board, and I think African governments need to just open up and ensure that they are constantly engaging with all the stakeholders. That's my thought. As I said, I'm not a lawyer, and that's not my area of expertise.
Thank you very much, Woodman. I think that's one of the very important things, making sure that we engage key stakeholders for them to because it's after all we're going to use it to prosecute them. So if they did not really understand what is it all about, and of course that's why we keep having all those challenges. Thank you very much, Rudman. Now, Toba, I have a question for you. We believe that all these challenges, for example, what Rudman have said, and all other, for example, now we have the story of countries try to roll out awareness program to citizens. A country try to push the agenda of capacity building, but those people who are going for those capacity building, we end up having the report that they are not really participating. They're just enjoying the view of the ocean or the buildings and so on, taking pictures, etc., etc. So now the question to Toba is that, what do you think should be the first thing to do for us now to move to the right direction? Because we are having a lot of challenges. Awareness become challenges. This laws become challenge. And then capacity building becomes a challenge. A lot of other things become challenge as well. So if we want to get off these particular things now, we want to move to the right direction. What do you think should be the first step for our people to do? Toba.
Thank you. I mean, that's a really tough question, because I mean, if the answer was simple, someone would have done it. But I think that there's a leadership gap in Africa generally. And I think Mr. Rudman has actually spoken a bit about that. The fact that it seems, at least from the perspective of the citizens, it seems that most of the activities of government are superficial, right? Just ticking the boxes. So for example, if you talk about an empowerment program, the question is, how do they identify those that are empowered? And so because the people don't trust the government in many cases, even when the government attempts to solve problems, it eventually creates even new problems. So I personally believe that the reason why government has not been successful in its attempts have been because people don't trust government. And so I think that leadership is the first problem to solve, because if these leaders are going to do anything different, the people have to trust them. And so I think that we if there's anything we need to get right, is we need the leaders to get the people to trust them. What we see a lot in Africa is that when it's time for elections, the leaders start talking about the people, making promises, and then once election is over, you would see that the people's needs seem to be far from what they seem to be putting their attention at. So I think first we need, the government needs to get to the people and get the people to listen to them, get the people to understand what they're trying to achieve. And when we get to that point, or when we can get to at least a point where people understand that government is really willing to listen, then the stakeholder engagement starts. I think that the stakeholder engagement is a first way to go, because I mean, each country has its own unique challenges. Stakeholder engagement that cuts across the different important players within the space. We're talking about DNS abuse, for example. I would imagine that if we're talking about how to protect ourselves, how to manage cases of DNS abuse, how to how to get these people right, how to investigate cases, how to create laws that becomes the deterrent. For that to happen, we need law enforcement involved. We need key service providers, and we need a subsector of the consumer segment, and coming together and asking these questions. I think, for example, I'll give an example in Nigeria, and using a case where Mr. Rudman talked about Mira having a relationship with law enforcement. And there have been some cases in the past and where so a domain, a .ng domain was reported to be involved in cyber crime. And the law enforcement agents, in their attempt to get the person who owned the website, who committed the crime, they go ahead to arrest the registrar, who is just a middleman, right? Instead of treating the registrar as a partner or as a support system to help them identify these criminals. And of course, when we start having situations like that, you'll find out that the registrars also start becoming defensive, and then it doesn't help at all. So we need law enforcement working closely with stakeholders. We also need to train law enforcement, because I mean the world has gone digital, and some of these challenges are beyond the regular skill set of the average law enforcement agents. So we need to equip them. We need to start building our own detection centers. We need to overhaul our understanding of crime, because the world has really changed and we're far behind. And once we start putting this in place and we're working together with stakeholders, making them understand what we're trying to achieve, why we're doing it, getting feedback from them, and as we start gradually rolling these things out, I think then we'll see the impact that we expect. But when these things are done in silos, or when people just hear that suddenly a new law has been introduced, or suddenly there's a new way of doing things, and they're not carried along, that becomes a serious problem. So I think first, stakeholder engagement, secondly, equipping our law enforcement agencies, and then working together as partners to solve this problem, because it's not just government. We need experts in the private sector, and we need service providers working in consonance, understanding that we need to end this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toba. Actually, the point which came out clearly is that we need to have the right skill sets, because I think if you have someone who knows what he's doing, you have someone who has ability to understand the challenge, who has ability to roll out those awareness, the engagement, knowing the need of collaborating and so on, that particular individual will be able to make everything flow easily. And as you have said, also we need to equip them with knowledge as the time goes on. And collaboration is key as well. Now I'm going to Charles.
If I may, Yusuf, sorry. Can I add to what he said?
Yes, not a problem.
Yes, so to me, regarding first thing first, you ask for something, So first is for government to identify, because each country is unique, right? In terms of cybersecurity. What is a threat to another country is not a threat to another country. As Mr. Toba said, we don't have like critical infrastructure online. Okay, so we identify those threats and come up with policies and strategies, so that those policies and strategies should come at the highest level of government. You need to have the buy-in of the president or someone very close to the president, and those policies, because what we have in African countries is that you have a lot of bodies that are duplicating and doing the same thing on cybersecurity, but there is no coordination whatsoever between them. So, but when you have the buy-in at the highest level, and for example, in Nigeria, we recently, they approved the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy. So that is an overarching document that is supposed to coordinate all activities of cybersecurity related issues in Nigeria. And I think that African government should move towards that, involving the stakeholders towards creating such documents. I think that's fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But to get to that point also, people need to understand, we need to have people who have knowledge to that.
Because if you don't have knowledge that what you have said, probably someone else is not aware of it, then definitely that is not something that they're going to put their hands on. Now, let me go to Charles Oloboyo. We have seen a lot of ransomware attack of late, a lot of phishing attack of late. And people are wondering why these phishing attacks, ransomware attack, are troubling most of the even developed country like US, African countries, individuals as well have seen falling victim to these particular things. Why do you think there is spike to these particular attacks on ransomware and phishing? And what do you think people need to pay attention to, at least to reduce the magnitude of these attacks? Charles Oloboyo.
Thank you for the question. So there is an increase in these attacks, ransomware, distribution of malware, compromise of systems. And the truth is, I think the fundamental truth is that there are good actors and there are bad actors, right? Some people derive either pleasure and or commercial gain from intruding into systems they do not belong in, systems they do not own or operate. And for those reasons, for their satisfaction, again, could be commercial, financial, or otherwise, I believe they will continue to do so. So human beings being what we are, right? Now, the question is, can we keep them out? How do we keep them out, right? If we cannot stop them from attacking systems and facilities, can we at least prevent them from successfully getting through? A key part of that is actually about education. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and many, many times the weakest link is human. It's not even technological, right? Starting with using weak passwords. So if somebody's email account has a password, PASSWORD. Oh, I don't need to be a genius to hack that person, right? So it's not really a hack, it's literally a guess. You try the password, you get in, you're done. Now, if you have a complex password, a determined attacker may still get through, but he will have to expend a lot of energy, right? Energy, a lot of attempts, a lot of tries. And you would hope that somewhere in the middle of all that, the system would discern that, oh, I'm under attack. I can do this. I can alert an administrator, or I can actually take action on my own and keep the attacker out. So why do we have an increase? Because human beings are what they are, right? I think, again, especially in the last year, that's 2 years, with the COVID situation around the world, with the pandemic, a lot of bad actors took advantage of the fears that people had, right? Sending out all sorts of emails, or you can get a vaccine here, or there's this other treatment you can use. And again, appealing to that human element, right? People's fears, people's hopes, right? That, oh, we have a solution for you. Maybe the government vaccine hasn't gotten to your community, but if you go over here and you click this link, we can send you something, or we can give you a vaccine. And people genuinely want to get the vaccine because, hey, nobody wants to, everybody wants to be healthy. Health is an important thing, right? And so they take advantage of the fears that people have, right? Of the ignorance that people have. And I think what we have seen is maybe not, well, there has been an increase in attacks, but what we actually have seen has been an increase in successful attacks. So even if the volume of the attacks did not increase, the volume of successes increased because the chink in the armor, the human element, was more easily worked, right?
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much, Charles. As you can see now, the awareness, the issue of awareness is clearly one of the a very important solution, because, as I've said clearly, that human are the weakest links to the security chain. And how do we fix human? We don't have hardware. We don't have software to put in people's brain. So the only way we can fix them is through education. We give them education. We call it awareness. So that's very good. Now, if Participants, you have questions you want to contribute, you can raise your hand. You can also ask questions on Q&A platform, or you can even put it on the chat. And I'll be able to look at it and allow you to contribute to this ongoing discussion. I think we still have a few minutes to go, and I don't see any question from the Q&A box. And then when I'm looking at the chat here, I don't see people still talking, and I don't see anyone raising hand. So let me quickly now ask one final thoughts. What do you think we should do? What do you think that it's our fault? We have already discussed all of those, and now perspective. We have Nigerians, we have from Tanzania, we have from India. So I was expecting to have Laikana from Cote d'Ivoire as well, but unfortunately, I think he was unable to join us. So let me get to understand everyone's view on this particular last thing. We have the story of capacity building, awareness, cyber laws, making sure that we collaborate, making sure that we provide statistics so that people can understand. Those people who are working on this field to understand the hotspot and be able to act accordingly so that we can reduce cyber crimes. We have the story of making sure that we don't really go to the point where we reach to the point where we need to shut down internet, we need to shut down this and that. Instead, we need to put things properly. So all those kind of things we have discussed. So last thoughts, starting from Mohammed Rudman. What do you think should be the advice that you can provide, the last advice that you can provide to government, to organizations, they need to pay attention to as we're trying to mitigate and reduce cybercrime and DNS abuse?
Sorry, I was muted. I will say the number one is actually collaboration, because it's only through sharing of information that, for example, if there is a lot of attacks on the banks and the banks are not sharing information between themselves, sharing statistics of what is happening, there won't be a method, techniques of coming together to go against that. There has to be a collaboration. The same thing with government and all other agencies. So if you look at it, most of the statistics that you see for the African nations is not found locally. Usually there are research people that have done the research outside the continent. And because sometimes it's easier for them to give out that information to an external party outside their own country than for them to give internally. So for example, a bank cannot write to a bank to say, what are the major threats you are facing? And that has been the challenge. The government is not collaborating. If there are issues within government, they never divulge it to anybody. It's within government. So that idea of coming together to collaborate so that, it's with discussions that you can identify the problems and then find the solution. One of the major threats, for example, to the Nigerian system is the insider job. Mostly someone within the bank, perpetrate the crime. It's not really an external person. And based on that, there are certain things that are taking place now to ensure that is mitigated. So it's more of collaboration. And in Nigeria, because we have the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, there is a body that they are trying to create called the National NCCC, National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, so that it can coordinate between all the various sectors that are ICT related. So the banks, the healthcare system, and everyone, so that there is one body that gets the feed of information, and based on that, they will be able to take action. So for me, the takeaway is collaborate and share. Thank you.
I would like to add submission with a permission, shall I?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I completely agree with the same in Indian perspective here. Like we do have a Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and it was recently formed. And the purpose is again, cybercrime is a borderless crime, and we're not focusing only in India because a person may initiate from some neighboring country or some different country. So that is for that we need a coordination within the cities, within the LEAs, within the PPP, basically private sectors, you can say, or international intermediaries, international stakeholders, banking sectors, ICTs, or you can say critical infrastructures. Suppose we take one example, if there is any specific cybercrime initiated, so the person may be a private person or maybe a law enforcement body. So exactly there should be a nodal point, there should be a nodal agency, those who are handling cyber crime perspective issues, not the cyber security perspective issues. So here, if they contact initially, or I mean, there is a term called golden hours. In that golden hours, if they immediately contact right person regarding that input or that information, so that may reduce the severity of that crime. So like he perfectly said, there is a bank, so there is no technical thing, there's an insider job. So it's not a online mechanism, it's a offline something. So that is one. Similarly, second is called awareness. If we initiate various awareness, like should not click on this phishing mail, ransomware, again simple ransomware, the major 99% things are coming through phishing mails, attachments, exploit kits. If we tell them properly in detailed manner that you should not click these links, if you accidentally click, then immediately contact this system admin or maybe the head of the cyber security division. So there should be an email ID or something like that. So that kind of cyber drill, that kind of coordination, that kind of collaboration as well, it is very, very important to know. And the last very important, that is called the cyber law, the IT Act. If we strengthen our IT Act, IT law for interception, for blocking, for banning, for mitigating risk, and if deliberately some people do some sort of crimes like cryptocurrency related frauds, crypto mining things are there, installing some malwares on some machines, or maybe for study purpose, maybe for gathering more information perspective. So things are there. So awareness, collaboration, coordination, literacy, these entire things are required, and we should have a centralized body which is a nodal body which can coordinate among all these vendors, education sectors, college, academia, you can say, or corporate sectors as well, banking, finance sector, because more than 50% crimes, the major focus area is the money, the finance part, and rest is the sabotaging and collecting and harvesting the information of the users. So this is from my input, which is really important in this perspective.
Thank you very much, Kumar. As I've said, he is a good friend of mine from India. And we can see now collaboration is very important, sharing of information, sharing of intelligence, making sure that the problem that happened from one organization should never happen to another organization, because these two has to share intelligence, has to share information that this thing happened to me. I'll give you a good example. For example, you may find a certain crime is very popular in one country today, and these two countries never share this information. People never learn from others that this is a big challenge to our country at the moment. Then you will find the same challenge, the same problem happen to another country. So criminal now understand that we don't collaborate, we don't share intelligence, we don't even talk about these challenges. And I'm glad to know that we have NCC in Nigeria, and in Kenya as well. They already initiated the coordination center to make sure that they coordinate all key law enforcement and other bodies to work together in the name of fighting cybercrime. So I think this is the way to go, to collaborate, and also to make sure that people are fully aware. Now, Toba, your final thoughts?
Thank you so much. I think the previous speakers have said quite a lot. I would just make emphasis on education. Like we mentioned, and as we said a couple of times, that usually the weakest link is the human. And you would notice that many phishing and scammers are very successful. Usually, they're usually very emotional. So for example, we talked about how successful many of these scams around, COVID and people being afraid of dying and being told that, you have to do this or you should do this to do that, or people being told that they can make some money if they do this or they do that, right? So scamming mails are like regular advertising. So if you speak to something that affects a person, you have the chance of being successful at convincing that person. So how do people identify scams? How do they identify, phishing? What do they do? And if this education goes beyond just governments and the private sector is also involved, because let's think about it. Everybody is a customer to a provider, either an internet service provider or you buy stuff from the particular provider on the internet. Now, imagine if every provider is doing some kind of education. I believe that we will be able to get through to everyone. If we take this more importantly, I think it can go a long way. I think also that platforms also need to become more serious about security. I know many platforms are now forcing users to enable two-factor authentication as a second level of protection, so that even if you do use a weak password, you can have another additional layer of security. Then you have the likes of Google. So you have password managers, for example, that warn you when your password has been compromised. So you see that the private sector is also trying to help people to protect themselves, because the truth is that staying safe is not easy. I mean, think about it. The recommendation is you should have a unique password for every platform that you log in. How many of us actually stick to that? How many? What are the chances that you remember your password across board? But then you see that, for example, many browsers now are recommending strong passwords when you want to log in, and they save them securely for you. You get warnings when your password has been compromised. You get warnings if your password has been used on multiple sites. What that shows is that those platforms are recognizing the fact that to have a healthier and a safer internet, we need to help to protect the weakest of the users by making it easier for them to stay safe, or in some cases forcing them to take certain actions to stay safe that they wouldn't have taken. So I think education and encouraging people and and automating the process of staying safe and taking a more safer approaches goes a long way. I'm aware, for example, that updates on several platforms are now becoming automatic and even in some cases being forced, because another way that a lot of compromises happen is when people use outdated software or outdated applications, and so bug fixes are becoming more frequent and more automated. So, I mean, the world is trying to play catch up, but I think that as we continue to see more efforts around that would help to reduce the human factor. I mean, I was reading a report recently about the fact that the antivirus on the local system is not as important as it used to be about 10 years ago, because now you have more people moving to the cloud, and you also have a lot of these applications getting more secure because updates and bugs are being fixed regularly. We've made some progress, but that means that there's a new problem to fix. How do we protect ourselves on the cloud? So I think in the end, it will always be the situation where we'll get more secured and the bad actors will get more smarter, and we'll just keep trying to play catch up. But I think education will definitely go a long way. Education, enlightenment, and improving the process of people getting more secure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as you're touching on that topic, before you go, I want at least to share, I want you to share a little bit. We have heard my brother Rodman telling us that the government need to be more open to citizens, so that we cannot really get overwhelmed with what is happening on social media as of late. But also, we have heard the story that we don't need to shut down this social media platform. We need to balance between freedom of expression. At the same time, those social medias, they should not be used to destabilize our equilibrium, to destabilize our national security and so on. So your views on that as you wind up.
Well, it's really a tough one, because the truth is that when things get to a situation where I think in Egypt, I mean, people were on the streets, were burning buildings, and things were really getting out of hand. And then the question you would ask is, what do you do? A government's responsibility is to protect its citizens. For example, if there's a riot and people are, burning things, even though you have freedom of expression, freedom of movement, those freedoms will be suspended temporarily until when normalcy is returned. So, but like Mr. Rodman said, usually what happens is that we wait to when things get that bad. They shouldn't get that bad before we act on it. I think that if information is shared more freely, let's think about it. How often does the president of an average African country speak to the citizens? Not a special program, not an opening of this or an endorsement of that. Like basically speaking with the citizens, making it like a standard that at least once a month the citizens get to understand what the government is trying to do and why. And if we have more of those engagements, and those engagements are seen to be honest, there's some level of honesty. I mean, think about it. Most times when most of our representatives speak, especially at the highest level, there's no room for questioning. They don't actually challenge. They don't get to be challenged on when they make comments, and they have an opportunity to respond. And because there's that lack of transparency, then automatically the citizens would have no choice but use other means to get their voices heard. So I think that has to be dealt with fundamentally. I feel that, the human system of democracy requires that people are able to speak freely. I do also understand there also has to be a balance in that. And I think that if we have proper laws where things like fake news and people saying things that are untrue to hit up the polity, if there's a balanced way of managing that, where people can speak freely without saying things that are untrue, just to get people to support them, I think we can probably find that balance. So it takes two. From the government's angle, more transparency, more communication. From the citizens' angle, more responsibility as well, while we also express our opinions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like that because actually it's a bit of challenging at of late to many countries. If you can recall, even the sitting president of the United States, is all social media platforms were forced to shut down because of many things. So I think it's quite a challenging, and we're asking ourselves, so what should we do? Because people need to express themselves in one hand, and we want to hear from them, but how they express themselves, how they can make things even more ugly if we don't act quickly or accordingly, as you have said, and things can get out of hand. I think that is a burning thing. So we can have even a proper discussion on each at length. But let me stop it there. Go to Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles, I want you to give us your final thoughts, and then as you give your final thoughts, I will pose one question to you to also add on top of your final thoughts.
Thank you for the opportunity. So my final thoughts will be centered on the digital economy. I think Africa as a whole hasn't quite caught up to the potential of the digital economy, of the digital age. The enablement of commerce, of the exchange of ideas, of learning, of sharing information, of improving knowledge generally, be it agriculture or healthcare, in a variety of ways. There are a lot of things that are on the internet that can be of benefit to different parts of the African person that they simply don't have access to, right? Or in some cases, even when they do have access to the internet, they do not think to look for on the internet. The realization doesn't actually come in to say, you know what, I could actually do a Google search and see if I can do something about this pest that I'm seeing in my farm or something or the other like that. And so for me, education information awareness of the potential of digitalization, of the revolution it can bring to the African life, be it private lives or businesses or other commercial ventures. It's something we really have to do something about. It's really something we have to push. We have to get the word out there that, look, there's so much you can learn, there's so much you can do, there's so much of a difference that this knowledge can make, and we should actively encourage that, right? And beyond that, in the topic of security, security is really about trust, right? It's really about the misuse of trust sometimes, or the bypass of the gatekeepers of trust, right? So when someone has unauthorized access to a system, there obviously has been some mechanism that has been defeated, the mechanism that was supposed to keep unauthorized users out. How do we get people to understand the value of trust, right? If, for example, I want someone to run an errand for me and I give him my debit card and hand over my PIN and say, oh, because you need to do something for me, this is my PIN, go to the ATM and get some money. Do I actually think through to imagine, what if tomorrow this guy were to get my ATM card without my permission, knowing my PIN, go withdraw all of my money, right? So are people actually aware of the implications of some of those decisions that they make? Do they actually think through to the implications it may have for their security, for their finances, for whatever it is? I want to link this to the last panel on digital literacy to say that I will go back to the point of a chain being as weak, being as strong as its weakest link, right? That if in a community, some people are very security conscious, they're very digitally aware, they're very cyber conscious, and some others are not, well, those that are not will be compromised and will be the back door to accessing those who are. And so it is everybody's responsibility that everybody else knows what to do in these situations. We cannot lock ourselves up behind some firewalls and think we are safe if our neighbors are not engaging similar protections, right? So digital literacy, letting everybody come to that basic understanding of what these technologies can do, what they mean, the benefits and the risks, has to be something that we take very, very seriously. And we should not just leave this to the public sector and to the governments, even private organizations. So like Mr. Obani said, there are service providers who have customers. Can we educate our customers? Can we run campaigns? Say, oh, do you know the importance of your password? Do you know this? Do you know that? Now, doesn't have to be limited to just providers of ICT services, right? Any private enterprise that has customers has the potential to educate their customers, even if this were a shop, right? So it's just an e-commerce site, they sell shoes and bags and whatever it is, but you have email lists, you have other communications that can go out. You can put in a word there or a word here, or just a reference to a site that can be authoritative in that regard. But it gives those people the opportunity to get into that headspace of, oh, I really didn't think there was anything to my password. Apparently, there is something about this. This site has informed me, and I can know what to do about it. One other thing I would add is that I would also want us to look into the potential that the blockchain holds, right? That distribution of information in ways that are not falsifiable, or where attempts to falsify can be easily detected, can be of service to keeping information where it belongs, in the hands of the rightful owners, right? And out of, so maybe not out of sight, but at least even if compromise were attempted, it will be detectable. I think those will be my final thoughts. And thank you very much for.
As you're winding up to that, as I said, I want you to add something on top of it. we have these people, you spoke about the inclusion, you spoke about innovations and so, and many other things. So we have a lot of people now, youngsters. I've seen, for example, the story of Tok in the United Kingdom. The person who was under behind that attack was a 16 years old kid. So there is ongoing debate, and I've seen in South Africa, they are having this a program where they involve kids to come to do the hackathon, and they trouble our systems, and later on we ask them to come up with solution, and let's see how we can utilize them. But most of African countries, I've seen also some of these countries, they see someone is clever, can get into our system, can cause troubles, but instead of utilizing that individual, we end up putting that person behind bars. So what would you suggest, or what would be your advice on that?
Education of the policymakers, of the law enforcers, of the people responsible for putting that individual behind bars. They need to understand, they need to be made aware of the potential of working with such a person. Because incarceration really just creates this pent-up fury. If and when this person gets out, he's gonna have his revenge, right? So why take that approach? Why not instead reform that person? Let that ability be put to good use. Be one of the good guys, right? So my answer to that would be education.
Okay, thank you very much for that particular view. And winding up with my brother Deepak Kumar, your final thoughts?
I'm fine with the things which is covered in this scenarios, and I would like to say only one thing, like first of all, thank you for inviting me, and second, the pointers which is mentioned for collaboration, for the coordination, for the awareness and digital literacy, that is literally need of the hours. And from Indian perspective, if you need anything pertaining to cyber security or cyber crime or any digital literacy or any policy perspective things, so definitely you may reach out to me, and I have shared certain initiatives on this chat box. You may go through these things. What are the verticals? What are the areas which is required? Because it's not only the technical part, because the citizens are there who are actually dealing with the cybercrime things, digital things. So that is very important to know. So done from my side. Thank you to all the speakers, to all the friends and the listeners who are listening through this channel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepak. You did not really put a lot there because you're trying to avoid me asking you a question, but I have one for you to wind up to add on top of what you have just, on top of your final thoughts. What do you think India is doing very good that you want us in Africa, for example, to copy that idea and implement it will be good for us?
Definitely. I mean, first of all, I shared one link that is about the initiative in the area of creating a nodal point, because if you see the areas like law enforcement areas, you can say academies, or you can say institutionals as well, the defense sector. So they just try to find all the areas. Accordingly, they try to create a central body or central, you can say, coordinating agency which can deal with these things. So initially, if you go through the findings, the concept papers, or you can say a concept note, like how generally they prepared with the help of, because if you initiate anything, it required finance, and if you initiate anything, you required to know the norms and the policies which is not impacting the state subject or the country subject in the area of maintaining law and order as well. If any other ministries are interacting, maybe you can say Ministry of Telecommunication, who are dealing with specifically the telco part, and apart from that, Ministry of Law and Justice, like we're dealing with law related stuff. So we have to find the gaps and the existing mechanism. Accordingly, we can initiate these pointers. So in a perspective, like we created 7 verticals. On the same note, if you or if the country is trying to adopt any similar mechanism apart from those CERT, computer emergency response team, apart from those national cyber coordination center, so we can create a national cyber crime coordination center with interacting with all the stakeholders, intermediaries, private sectors, or all the financial fintech bodies basically which are dealing with a country specific basically. So that is one area. And second point is whatever the cybersecurity policies or data security policies are there pertaining to the same, you have to think how can we strengthen those things. Depends on the situation. If any law is related to cybercrime, if law related to a prosecution of something, I mean, digital forensics play again a very important role. Cyber threat intelligence play important role. So the team which is there. So if you try to train the team like you take a use case or examples of the latest emerging trend. For example, top is ransomware. Second is about the phishing, this business email compromise, BEC something. Similarly, you check about the supply chain attacks. I mean, where these things are happening. And when you see some use cases like how these things are targeting. So when you find the gap, or when you find the pinpoint, then accordingly you try to emphasize policy level how you can emphasize, awareness perspective how you can emphasize, or investigation or attribution perspective how we can emphasize. So these are the things which can fill the gaps. Accordingly we can plan for phase 2 or phase 3, something like that. So these are the things which is very important. But from my angle, of course, I try to push from the awareness part, that is no doubt. But what awareness? We have to categorize the awareness. If it is for student or children, that is separate awareness. We talk about corporate sector, we should have a separate dedicated things. Similarly, for government officials or the people who are sitting at a superior place, they don't want to study about the fundamental. They have to focus their things. So we have to categorize the things. And the last is called law enforcement, the agencies, the investigators, the SMEs who actually dealing or finding the playing on a real cases or real cyber incidents, basically these practices. So these are the things. And last one is about the policy makers. They should know what is the existing policies. If they have a small example, like generally we do have a treaty, mutual legal assistance treaty. Suppose we need to take any information from different country, so we have to just go through some norms. Similarly, we have to check how many treaties do we have, what is the bilateral and multilateral things with different countries. If you want to seek an information pertaining to some subject, whether they are providing or not, what manner should be there, or what are the private bodies which are dealing with these things. So things are there. So various angles are there. I mean, we can see. So initially, I mean, if I'm concluding myself, first you need to go from the scheme, or if the draft basically, which I have shared on the chat itself. Accordingly, you can check initially where you can initiate from the same thing. I hope I have covered my things from the same.
Okay, so briefly in one sentence. So what do you think we should, it's a very good thing that you are doing in India that really makes you do very good in combating cybercrime and DNS abuse, that you wish African continent, you are not sure whether we have it or not, but you think we need to copy that idea so that we can do things in a good way in our African continent? What is it in one sentence?
So again, the collaboration, first of all, and the proper coordination. These two things are there. Later things will come. So coordination and collaboration is very, very important, because India is very big. Population is very big. There are many people. So coordination and collaboration is very, very important. This is the important thing.
Thank you very much, my brother Muhammad Rudman, the president of NIRA from Nigeria. And then I had Deepak Kumar, a cybersecurity expert from India. And also I had Toba Obanyi, who is a CEO, Who Ghost Limited Nigeria. And also had Charles Oloboyo, a Chief Technology Architect, IPNX Nigeria. Myself, the word of conclusion, I would say that this was a very good discussion. I really learned a lot from my colleagues as well. But the key important things here, just to summarize in terms of bullet format, is that we need to make sure that our people are aware. Awareness should be one of the very important things that we need to put to educate our people when it comes to cybersecurity. That is very important. Number two, we need to make sure that we collaborate so that we can do things the way they need to be done. Also, can you hear me?
No.
I think there was a little bit of connection, problem with the network. Is it okay now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I was saying that we have that collaboration part that we need to collaborate, making sure that we do things in a proper way, and also we need to make sure that our laws we engage people so that they will not bring troubles as we are trying to implement them. So these are the things that I would call upon everyone to go along to take home, or the key takeaways for us to go and implement. And I think by doing that, we'll be able to combat or mitigate DNS abuse and cyber crime in our countries or prospective countries. Thank you very much, everyone, for being a part of this good discussion. And over to you, Chair, to continue with other program.
Thank you, Kilio. Much appreciated, and thanks to your panelists. This was really heated, and we got a lot of insights from the discussions. And I think at the core of it is the issue of capacity building, especially from an awareness perspective. It's awareness, awareness, and awareness. The weakest link is with us as humans, not necessarily with the technology thereof that is there. So it is imperative that we undergo a lot of training and a lot of awareness for us to be able to know how to conduct ourselves in this digital world. It's a new normal for most amongst us. Most people never interacted this much with the digital world before last year. They had very minimal requirement for them to be online, and all of a sudden you have to do your public services, you engage online, you have to bank online, you have to do education online, you have to do your health online. It's just overwhelming for most people who just started using these platforms. And I highly appreciate for all the experiences that have been shared. Thanks for doing that from India. Deepak, much appreciated. Toba, much appreciated for that. Oluwaseun, much appreciated for giving your expertise. Mohammed and Kilio, it was great. We highly appreciate it. I think we have come to the end of the day for today. And I think you have we have come to the end of our session and our program for the day. However, we are going to continue tomorrow, 8 o'clock UTC sharp. We start with our sessions. We have got some links that have been posted on the chat by the panelists, so you can actually go and link to our panelists and also download some of the information that has been shared in that. We are still going to condense and consolidate into a report most of the information that is there. I so hope that our interactions will go beyond just here, and there is a couple of challenges we've been given on these platforms, which is basically to call for action for us to do things, to do something. This education and awareness about cybersecurity seems to have been a very strong message that came from this session, and I know and very much trust in Kilio taking up this challenge he He has spearheaded this in the southern African region. He tweets more than 5 times a day. I follow him and see what he talks about there in tweets. So that gives us education. It's a start of education and being aware about what happens out there. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stop it here. Let us meet tomorrow. Be safe.